Deep in this fog-covered forest lies a creature. Some call him Sasquatch. Some call him Bigfoot. Some even call him the mountain demon. He has been there since the beginning of time, hiding forever from man. He lies in the forest, deep in the fog. He is the spirit of the forest. Hairy Man, benefactor, spiritual, mental, and physical protector. Tribal elders believe Bigfoot's appearance can be prophetic. His blade resides in both the spiritual and physical world. One story says Bigfoot, called Hairy Man, is the spirit that determined that man would walk on two legs like him. I'm Master Hughes, and for many years I've gone on expeditions into the wilderness. I love it. Well, I kept finding things that were strange tracks, strange shelters, dead animals, carcasses torn up in a strange way. I decided to start looking into the legend of Bigfoot. Well, I went to Oklahoma, and I started chasing a legend called the Kiamichi Beast. Up there, I found even more evidence. More shelters, more strange tracks, things that couldn't be explained. Well, I'm back again. And since some paranormal things you might say have happened, strange things that happened on some of my trips, and I don't believe in myth, but the strange events that happened, I'm having to start looking at the legends left by the Indians, legends about Bigfoot. Maybe there's some truth to them. Maybe there is more to him. I'm here to try to find out. We're going to search again, but this time we're going to think a little bit about the legends and how there might be a little truth in those stories. These roads up here get pretty rugged sometimes. Have a dry spell, then have a wet spell, got mud everywhere. this Master Use, I'm making this statement and I'm going to try to upload it. Most likely I will quickly lose contact with anybody and will not be able to be reached by phone. That's how it is up here. It's dangerous. But if I can, I will post a video or two on YouTube for those that are watching. Wish me luck. Now, the reason I plan my expeditions usually for 3 weeks is because there's millions of acres of woods up here. Even if you have an idea where you're going, you're not just going to run in and locate him right away. You're not going to locate Bigfoot right away. You're not even going to get close. He moves. And so I always plan these at minimum 2 weeks and preferably 3 weeks in the woods to locate what I'm trying to find evidence, to find information that tells me he's still present or what area he's in. It takes days and days of being in the woods, days and days of walking, even if you know where you're going, even if you know where you found him before. So that's why we usually do 3 weeks when I do these trips. And quite often I have to come alone. A lot of people can't come. A lot of people aren't prepared. A lot of people aren't trained enough to do it. I don't bring people out here that are untrained and might get themselves hurt. So it takes time and patience. There is evidence in these forests. Finding it is not easy. Sometimes it's closer than you think. 100 square miles of woods, woods and woods and woods. Oklahoma itself was a bandit state. It was easy to hide here. Lots of criminal activity here. No telling how many people are buried in these woods that we don't even know about from the 1930s or earlier. Could a creature as big as me or bigger hide here? Absolutely. I've been in these woods and had a bear walk right by me and I couldn't even see him. 300-pound bear, stands about 5 feet tall. Couldn't see him. It's easy to hide evidence here, especially if you don't know what you're looking for. And then what makes it worse? All the guys putting out fake Bigfoot videos and making evidence up. So it confuses the truth from illusion. Well, everything I'm showing you is here. It is a fact. It was not created by me. The question is, where does it lead us? Will it give us the evidence that we need? Will it tell us the facts that we need to know about? What has gone on here for hundreds, if not thousands of years, right under man's nose? Bigfoot is supposed to be a bringer of prophecy. They say if you go deep into the forest to camp, he will appear in your dreams. They also claim if you sit there and meditate, he will appear in your mind and you can hear him. They say he can broaden your horizons. He can give you understanding of truth. Well, I can tell you this. Having sat out here many times in the middle of nowhere in the deep, deep forest, there may be some truth to that. They say Bigfoot shows up as a prophecy. He may show in your dreams. to prepare you for the unknown, for something you may like or not like, for unexpected events. There may be some truth to that too, because you get in here and it seems to broaden your mind. It seems that things come to you that hadn't come to you. It seems that you look at things in a different way. Maybe that is Bigfoot speaking to us. Maybe it is his prophecy to help prepare us. And here I'm in the back of the truck where we created the observation station. I'm going to give you an idea what it's like. We have a slot on the side of this that makes it hard for anything to see in, see what's going on, or see if anybody's in here. Yet it makes it easy for me to get a photo. As you can see, I can see way more than people realize. That's why I created this observation station. Find some evidence here and I find some evidence there, and it starts to develop a pattern. And so now when I come to these locations that I haven't found known evidence, and I start to search from there. If I go to one area, there's nothing new, I go to the next area and I continue checking these areas until I find the newest evidence, something to tell me that he's been moving in that area. It's easy for this creature to do 40 miles in a day. So you have to locate where he is at the time. You get up on one of these ridges, you can hear something going down below a long ways off. When you consider all that, you start to understand why it's so hard to find one of these creatures. And you start understanding the importance of finding tracks and finding where he has been, finding remnant evidence to help support what you're doing. That tells you areas that he may be in or he may not be in. Here's another print. See all the gravel here? See, it's less gravel, got pushed into the mud. Hill down here. Okay, we are finding tracks, and most of the tracks are old, or they were washed out during the heavy rains the other day. But we are finding evidence. Could it be a bear? Possibly. I don't think so. Some of the tracks are too long for a bear track. And we're just south of a known location where we found a lot of evidence of the Kimichi beast. Some people, the locals, call it Kimishi. If you go 40 miles east, you're into the Ouachita beast territory. And so there is a ridge that goes from here clean over there, strangely enough. But I believe two different animals, two different creatures. We're going to find out more. Later, we're probably going to move a little farther north and follow the pattern of movement that we're finding. Now, these rock cliffs, you find them out in the middle of nowhere up here. You never know where you're going to find them, but any of them could house a small cave with either a bear in it or Bigfoot. And you never know where you're going to find them. They just appear out of the dirt. And no telling what is living up in there. But we're taking a close look to see if anything is big enough to house shelter for Bigfoot. Wait a minute. Something has broken this clean off. That's something that big around. Snapped off. Could be a bear right in there. You never know it. You can get real close to them by accident and you don't want to. Okay, if you find saplings out here that have been over and broke, that's not Bigfoot. That's often tree disease. Quite common in the forest. But when you find a sapling that big around that was snapped off, then you have got something. It takes a lot of force to snap it off. So it's not been over and broke and sitting there. Something just took hold of it and snapped it off. Could it have been a bear? Possible. Bears don't have the ability to grab a hold of something, but sometimes they'll take their paws and snap it off. The question is, was it a bear or was it the big man? This ground is so rocky and hard, it's hard to find any tracks on it. Nothing but rock. I'm checking out spots that I know for sure have been used by the big man, but I have to check a lot of spots to locate him. Because of all the rain, it washed away most of the tracks, so I'm going to have to look twice as hard. We're not going to find any tracks around here. Too many boulders, too many rocks. If we find a track, it's going to be coming off the slope. And like an animal trail, deer trail or something. That's usually where I'll find the tracks. There's enough soft soil around here we might find a track along the creek farther away from the boulders. But the problem is there's so much leaf and mulch, it's difficult to spot them. Better get inside, lock her up. It's so thick in here, he could be right beside me and I couldn't see him. Anything could be out here in these woods. Anything, literally. They tell you there's no cougars out here. There are cougars out here. You'll never see them. There are bears out here. You may see a bear, but a lot of times you don't ever see a bear. And there's a fair amount of bears out here. Well, come with me. I'm going to show you something. Now I'm going to show you a shelter. And if you watch my other movies, Kimmich Beast Expedition, Kimmich Beast Expedition 2, Trail to Kimmich Beast, you'll see more shelters. It's not just one shelter here. There are groups of shelters through these forests. You just have to know where to look. And then it's still very hard to find them. Is what most people never find. If they do accidentally walk across it, they don't realize what it is. Right here was a shelter. Now at one time, these limbs were across it. It is big enough for a large creature to sleep up in there. Easily something 8 feet when you cross this here. At one time, these limbs were stacked until this whole thing was covered. And so it looked like a pile of brush, and you couldn't even see this tiny cave or this area between the rocks. Just totally hidden. You could walk right by it, wouldn't know it. But the thing is, these particular type of shelters are handmade. It takes a pair of thumbs to make them. These not limbs just fell. At one time, this was covered with all limbs. I actually knew about this one several years ago when I saw it. It was covered totally with limbs at that time. And it's these have just been broken down and rotted over a period of time. So it's been a long time since this shelter was used. Now, when I move through these forests looking for Bigfoot, I try to be as quiet as possible most of the time. I do occasionally knock, but not a lot. Bigfoot, I don't want him to think I'm hostile. I want to be quiet. I want him to allow to get close to me if he wants to look, to be curious. I don't want to do anything to make him think I'm hostile. Going through the woods hollering and screaming, it's not going to work. He's an elusive creature. He's a quiet creature. He's reserved. Get close to him, you have to do it his way. Can't do it your way. Have to be quiet. You have to be conservative. You have to understand that this creature is elusive enough that if you make him think you're hostile at all, you'll never see him. He'll never come close. Well, is understanding the creature is what's important. Understanding how he thinks. Quiet, elusive, protective, and he wants to stay hidden. Now, for those of you that want to come on one of these excursions and go through this wilderness areas, I want to warn you, always be prepared. Take it seriously. Let me show you something. Emergency gear. Hard start in case I lose my battery. Tow rope. Throw rope for emergencies. It's full of emergency gear. Emergency wire connectors. I'm going to have to use some of those because I tore the wire out from under the truck a little while ago. This is not a game coming out here. This is a real expedition. And you should take it seriously. If you decide to do something like this, be prepared. It is dangerous out here. Now, I don't usually do this because I conceal informants' information to protect them when they call me and tell me about something, Bigfoot or something else. As I've already said, I had several people did get through and contact me. I had this one very, very strange call. And, well, it's actually a text message because he couldn't get through. And I got a text. I don't know how it came through up in the mountains. And I just gave a quick response. I can't talk to you by phone. And I got a text back with information. Now, I don't know what the person was trying to warn me about the Bigfoot that was apparently very close to where I was searching. I assume he's guessing where I was searching. But he did send me information about that. I have concealed his phone number. I'm going to let you read it. This text actually was sent to me during the expedition. And so I'll let you read it real quick so that you can see, but claiming there's a clan of Bigfoot there. And I don't know if he's trying to give me a warning for safety reasons or if he has some other reason. I don't know. But I didn't call the phone number back. I couldn't have it at the time anyway. Now, for those of you that don't believe in Bigfoot's prophecy, there are thousands of American natives that do. They believe they can speak to their spirit animals and have for thousands of years. It's in their history. I can tell you this, as somebody has spent weeks and weeks alone in the woods speak. Nature speaks. All you have to do is listen. After a while, you can even hear the animals' thoughts. So, why couldn't I hear the prophecy of Bigfoot? It's there. but you can't hear it going on a weekend. It takes time. You have to go in for long periods of time. Quiet, desolate areas. You have to clear your mind. Bigfoot, the prophecy, I think it's true. I know that you can hear the thoughts of the animals. You're not alone. The forest is alive. Many, many people have heard Bigfoot's prophecy. All I can say is this. Until you have spent a lot of hours alone in the woods in desolate places, and until you learn to go in and let go of the world and sit with the animals, the spirit guides, you can't hear anything but the chatter of your mind. That's the whole point of Bigfoot's prophecy. Yes, there's more goes on in the woods than you think, more than you ever believed. It's there, but you have to go and you have to seek it. As I said, thousands of American Indians, natives, have said they have heard the spirit animals speak and guide them. Nothing new there, maybe just the way you think about it. Now, there's no way to search thousands and thousands of acres. What I do is I go to areas that I have found previous evidence of Bigfoot over the years. We're talking about, I've been coming up here over 15 years probably. And over those period of time, I've found certain spots numerous times have evidence. And that's what I do. I go and I check those spots and I start from there. The newest evidence is where I start. Finding evidence of stacked rocks here in the creek bed. Here's another ring of stone. It would look like a campfire fire, but there's never been a fire in this. So what's the purpose of this? It's been a difficult trip. We're already 5 days into the trip. We have almost zero communication with other people. We've gotten a couple of information or questions sent to us via text message, and that's very, very sporadic. Some people are asking me why we hadn't put a camper on this truck. Well, the roads are so rough and rugged where I go, the camper would cause the four-wheel drive to overturn. There's no way you could take it up that trail. So I developed this. It uses a blind. It does several things. It's lightweight. It can handle the four-wheel drive road, and it allows me to look out. There's slots in it where I can take photos. I can pull up to a very dense spot, sit there and take photos in the observation station. It's also been lined and the roof is protected. In case the weather goes real bad on us, it will repel heavy hail. And so it was a win-win situation to develop this. It's light, it's mobile, it was inexpensive, and I can tarp it over and rain's not getting in. So that's why we did it this way instead of buying a camper. There's no way in the world, and the rugged spots I go, that a camper would work on the back of this truck. So that's one thing I wanted to address. People want to know where we are. We don't tell people where we are. The way everything is stacked, it looks like something had a little mini shelter there at one time. I know early in the morning when I'm searching, something's watching me. It's watching me from the real thick brush, watching me up on the ridges. So thick up there I can't see what it can be. I can't tell. I just know I'm being watched. And it's always happening early in the morning, because at nighttime, as soon as it gets dark, I'm going into the back of the truck and trying to record. But when I get out early in the morning and I'm out there in that thick brush, I can tell something's watching me. Not sure yet. Hopefully we'll get a look at it and maybe it'll give me an idea. But it's really hard in that thick brush to see anything. I have seen in the past 15 years, there's been rare occasions where I've seen movement in the daytime. Most of the time I know that the most activity will be at nighttime because it's much harder to identify him. If he comes in close, it's usually going to be at nighttime. The one photo I have that we believe was a Bigfoot was probably taken at 100 yards away, unfortunately using a cell phone on a scope. But there was clearly something there. And that's about as close as we normally have a chance of getting during the daytime to this creature. Nighttime, if they're curious enough, they'll sometimes come into the camp. I do look around the woods a little at night, not a lot, because I've found that letting them be curious works better than trying to track him at night and be active. You're not going to out-track him. You're not going to outgun him. This is his territory. This is his kingdom. We're going to see what happens. Hopefully, the truth will come out. If nothing else, the evidence will keep piling up. Now this is strange. You see this rock outcropping. Nothing strange about that. Let me show you what's strange. Let's uncover it here. See all that? It was a fire. Some people believe Bigfoot can light fires, but this is hid behind this outcropping. This was not a camper. Now I smell rotten flesh, and usually when I smell rotten flesh, Bigfoot is somewhere close. Quite often that's where I find bones, sometimes fresh bones. And those rocks stacked right over there. I found stacked rocks before right in a creek, stacked one on top of the other in the middle of nowhere. Well, the wind's coming up. That's not going to help me. I'm here by the back of the truck, getting prepared for the night. I'm going to be out there tonight in the woods. We're going to see what we can find. Now, right here in this particular area, I don't have to worry about stepping off a ridge. I do have to worry about the gully, so it's easy to get hurt, which is one reason I refrain from going out in the dark in these areas. It's very rough, it's very rugged. I am alone. If I get hurt, nobody may find me. But I am getting prepared. We're going to see what we can come up with tonight. And I've had 2 nights of something really weird happen. I'm in a small, you might say, valley right now. I've got a tall ridge, a short ridge, and I'm in a small valley. Wind is sort of weird here. I don't know why. And the other night, I put my tarp over the cab because I've got the slots in it for shooting movies and taking pictures. So I've got a tarp, and I covered it over. The tarp is so big it covers the whole truck and covers the whole back. It hangs off the end. Big tarp. And I woke up to hear a sound like something lifting up the tarp, and then bam, boom, the whole tarp is yanked off towards the end of the truck that I enter. Whole tarp, boom, gone. Well, there was a little wind, and I'm thinking, you know, God, what was that? You know, it can't be the wind. The wind's not that strong. But it was really spooky to wake up and have to, you know, see your tarp being yanked off. And so the following night, I went ahead just in case it was a wind, and I put the tarp on and I tied it down this time. So I wake up again. I'm hearing this sound. It sounds like something's getting up under the tarp. All of a sudden, you know, I can see right above the end here, I can see the tarp. That's why we have the tarp over. And I see the tarp all of a sudden, shoo, and it's all of a sudden drawn tight, like it was trying to drag it off the end again, but it was tied down and it couldn't. But I saw that tarp lift up, all right? Now, there's not enough wind to do it, but I saw that tarp lift up, and then when it wouldn't go, it dropped back down. You know, and I'm trying to look outside, I can't see anything. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that's real weird, and like I said, the first night it happened, it was sort of scary because my whole tarp's gone. But I thought, let's be practical. Maybe you had a gust of wind. Second night it happened, wasn't no gust of wind. I could hear something getting under the tarp, and I saw that tarp yank up here towards the end and be drawn tight. And when it wouldn't go because it was tied down, it was just released. Can't explain that. I couldn't see anything. It was dark as poo out here, but, you know, that's spooky. Now, I've had these strange events like the tarp being yanked off the trailer before. I've been coming up here for years. Last year, I think I got closer to Bigfoot than ever before when I was awakened from a hammock, growling right there in the camp. It's pitch black. And I jump up to try to get my flashlight and my camera, and a strange whistle came off the hill. He disappeared. He's gone in a blink. I grab up my camera and light and search, but he's already out of the camp. He's gone. So it is spooky up here. I've had one guy tell me he will not spend a night in these woods. Well, a lot of people ask me, aren't I afraid to be out here? There's not too many stories of Bigfoot hurting anybody. Could it happen? Yes, it could. But actually, I'm a little more afraid of the bears and the cougars. Those are known to kill people. They're out here. Have to face your fear sometime. That's the only way to find the truth. Well, it's an experience. Maybe one I'll be telling my grandkids someday. From my location up on one of the ridges down lower, a big fog was coming. I mean a dense, heavy fog. I don't like to be up there when those fogs come. There are things walking in that fog that you don't even want to meet. Dangerous, really dangerous. So I moved to a lower location and then moved farther down. We'll be fine here. Night's coming again. Let's see what happens. Or not. Looks harmless enough. Let me teach you something. That is a huge bone. Think maybe we're in Squatch territory. Now, the reason I'm wearing this bright orange right now, we're in an area where the hunting's going on, and I'm required by law to wear it. I don't like it, but I have to wear it. But we're almost in a Squatch-like area right here. I mean, this is really, and I just found a huge, huge bone here. Looking at that rib, it was literally tore out of something's chest. I want to remind everybody again, what I am doing is real. It's not a fake TV show. And it is dangerous. As you can tell by this bone, something died here. My ass, even with these boots on, is tough up here, especially carrying this camera. It's hard to balance. At least I didn't go in the river. Have to be careful. It's easy to get hurt here. Gotta watch out for the rattlesnakes too. This is a great spot for them. I'll guarantee you this is as squatchy as you can get, this area right here. And this is the area where we found this bone. Real. Not made up. It's real. There's no telling what is close to us right now. We located this bone. This is, in fact, I verified, a rib. It is a rib bone. And the strange thing is, we located this uh, in the edge of the river, just below what appeared to be a big bed of mulch. A big bed of mulch where it appears something was laying there because it was all packed down. But there had been a bunch of mulch scraped together. It was cedar mulch, all cedar trees around it. It had been scraped together and created, I guess you'd say, a mat or a bed, and you could tell something was laying on it because it was compressed. I'm not sure what that means. I only know it means that there was some animal that was there, that it was laying in mulch. It apparently is a big animal and it's very, very heavy. This bone is not human bone. What other animal could it be? Well, some would say a cow bone. Well, normally a cow bone is a lot bigger than this. And there are no cattle in that area. I mean, this is back in the wilderness. There are no cattle in that area. Somebody asked, well, could it be a Bigfoot bone, Bigfoot rib? I don't know. Since we have no Bigfoot DNA, there's no way I can verify that it is or not. All I can verify is that we found this bone below a big bed of mulch in which some large animal had been laying in, and it was right in the edge of the creek. It was right on the edge of actually more of a river. It's pretty big. So we're finding stuff. It's interesting. Why is it there? What put it there? I don't know. I'd like to find out. But there is evidence that there was a large animal there. There's evidence. There's a bone. There's photographs of me picking it up. It's all real. Wind's blowing pretty hard. Looks like a storm may be coming up. A lot of people laugh about Bigfoot. They have no clue. They have no clue how big these forests are up here. Over 1 million acres alone in just Arkansas, not counting all the land in Oklahoma or the top part of Texas. It's huge. It's rugged. There's plenty of game there. There's nuts. There's acorns. There's hogs. There's wild deer. There is food to eat there. Yes, it is possible because the bears exist there. If a bear can exist there, why couldn't Bigfoot exist there? Bears are huge, 300 pounds. They don't care if you see them or not. Bigfoot does. That's the difference. Bigfoot's more intelligent than a bear. But you can still walk right by a bear in there and never even see him. It's chilly this morning, but this is an excellent vantage point. I can watch this little valley. I can watch the top of the hill. You know, I've been pretty lucky so far. I'm going through these ridges and these gullies and everything. I hadn't seen a single snake. I've been real lucky because it's still warm enough for them big rattlers to be out. Did run across a big raccoon. That raccoon was big enough to ride to town. I mean, he's big. A lot of people don't realize you got to steer clear of them things. They're sort of got bad temperament and they will attack. You don't have to worry about a possum, but the raccoons, they will attack. So there's a lot of things you got to watch out for here. This strange stuff I find up here is some kind of fluorescent blue mushroom. I've never seen anything like that one before, and I've been up here a lot of times. I see some strange things up here, but a fluorescent blue mushroom. A lot of people laugh about Bigfoot existing in these forests, over 1 million acres just here in Arkansas alone. Most of these people got opinions, but they couldn't survive out there 1 week. They couldn't survive out that forest out there without a compass. They couldn't even find their way out. So-called experts, never been in the woods, never been in a wilderness situation, know nothing about animals, but they all have opinions. Well, I can tell you this. There's a lot of animals that have already been found to exist when they thought they were extinct. Don't count Bigfoot out. It's rugged in there. If he can exist there. Now we're down close to one of the waterways. Spring, there's a lot of water here. Usually in the summer it dries up quite a bit. But Bigfoot wouldn't have to come down here to get water most of the time anyway. There's natural springs up in them hills. He knows where every one of them. It's not necessary for him to be here. He doesn't have to show himself unless he wants to. He can literally survive up there with little or nothing for extended periods of time. Now, Native Americans have long swore that Bigfoot brings prophecies. But there's more. There is evidence. The evidence was written by a legend. 1836, Nacogdoches. Davy Crockett himself wrote a letter home to Abner Bergen. In part, whether it was the axis disturbance or possibly the heat of the high sun, which caused an apparition to slowly form in front of my eyes, I know not. As a Christian man, I swear to you, Abe, that what spirit came upon me was the shape and the shade of a large ape man. The likes we might expect among the more bellicose and hostile Indian tribes of the territories. The shade formed into the most deformed and ugly countenance, covered in wild hair, with small needling eyes, large broken rows of teeth. The monster then addressed a warning to me. Abner had told me to return from Texas, to flee this fort, to abandon this lost cause. When I began to question this, the creature spread upon the wind like a morning steam swirls off a frog pond. I swear to you, Abner, Davy Crockett was on the way to help defend Texas. Bigfoot appeared to warn him to turn back. As we all know, Davy Crockett died at the Alamo. Davy Crockett was known to be an honest, true, and Christian man. This letter's been verified. There is nothing from his description that he clearly met Bigfoot. It's simply that. He clearly met Bigfoot. And the fact that a prophecy was given to him by Bigfoot is more evidence. On this expedition, we did find more information. We did find more evidence. The evidence clearly is becoming less and less over the last 15 years. I've been up here many times. Why? We don't know. Is it because people are moving into the area in these remote areas? Is it because more people are out hunting because of hard times? I don't know, but the evidence is clearly becoming less and less. Yet through the years I have gathered quite a bit of evidence, as I've showed you in the movie, like the shelters. What created those shelters? Well, hopefully someday we'll have the answer. There are people who say Bigfoot is a demon, a mountain demon. There are people who say, I know what I saw, it was Bigfoot. I know with 100%. And then I have people say, I've never seen Bigfoot, he doesn't exist. Why is it some people have the opportunity to see Bigfoot and so many don't? Is it because they're not in the right place at the right time? Is it because they're not looking for him so they pay no attention? I don't know. But the witnesses I interview are very, very sincere.
In the heart of the Pacific Northwest, amongst dense towering woodlands, an enigmatic legend has persisted. There have been countless sightings.
There have been sightings every 10, 15 years. You can look it up in history books practically.
Stories passed down through generations. And perplexing evidence that have fueled belief in a creature known as Bigfoot. The figure of Bigfoot has become a cultural icon, from grainy camcorder footage to blockbuster Hollywood movies.
You know, at the very least, there's no question that the phenomenon exists. People claim to see this creatures. It's part of the American psyche.
Is it a new species of animal?
Twice, I think that I saw some real tracks.
A relic of early human evolution? Or perhaps something more otherworldly? But to this day, the question still lingers. Could Bigfoot really exist? Or is it a hoax?
You can see patches of fur put together that are consistent with a man pulling off a hoax.
Although the legend of Bigfoot is mostly an American phenomenon, similar stories have prevailed globally for centuries. Each country and culture had their own names for similar figures that have popped up in folklore record. European cultures often have descriptions of a wild man covered in hair with only the face, feet, and hands remaining bare. Across the globe, Australians call it a yowie. The yowie has its origins in Aboriginal myth and resides in the deepest stretches of the outback. In the Asian Himalayan mountain range, the ape-like creatures are named yetis. Numerous anecdotal sightings have been reported, accompanied by photographs capturing elusive glimpses and purported footprints preserved in plaster casts.
Both of them heard a loud, piercing, shrieking animal call.
And this call was unrecognizable as any other animal?
Not known to any of us. It's interesting enough, the Sherpas, if you ask them what cry does a yeti have, they usually describe it as a scream, a shriek, or like some form of disturbed game bird.
Which is similar to the sound
Similar to the sound which my friends heard.
Native American tales describe tall, forest-dwelling, and hair-covered creatures. 1,000-year-old petroglyphs created by the Yokuts tribe supposedly depict them. Bigfoot's other name, Sasquatch, is actually thought to be an anglicized version of Saskets, which translates to hairy man in the Halkomelem language. The prominence of Bigfoot-like figures suggests that the phenomena could start to be thought of as an undiscovered species rather than a singular isolated oddity. In 1924, this centuries-old legend resurfaced. 5 men claimed to have had a violent encounter with gorilla men on Mount St. Helens, Washington. They reported the hairy figures pelted their cabin with boulders before fleeing, leaving behind large human-like footprints. The U.S. Forest Service would investigate the site of the incident, but found no compelling evidence to prove its legitimacy. It was deemed a fabrication. Yet this wouldn't be the end of similar stories gaining attention.
Every major continent in the world has a Bigfoot with a different name. In Australia, it's Yowie, it goes on forever. Each country has their own name for it. Each state in the United States, except for Hawaii and Rhode Island, has a Bigfoot. But the hoaxes come from every state in the Union, every country in the world, and I think it'll continue for as long as man's on Earth. It gives them something to do. I think I've said it before that man needs their monsters. You need something that's just out there, just out of your reach, that you can't quite touch, to keep you going, something interesting to do.
But how did this mysterious creature come to be known as Bigfoot? The tale traces back to 1958 in the Six Rivers National Forest, California. Jerry Crew, a bulldozer operator for a logging company, stumbled upon a curious find. Deep within the mud lay a series of large 16-inch footprints resembling those of a human. Crew's revelation sparked intrigue among his crewmates, who recounted similar encounters at other work sites in the area. Their stories caught the attention of local newspapers, which coined the name Bigfoot. Plaster casts were swiftly made of these colossal footprints, and the story rapidly gained momentum, spreading like wildfire across the United States. Numerous sightings, especially in the Pacific Northwest, began to form a collective image of Bigfoot. A towering, muscular, ape-like creature cloaked in thick fur. Witnesses often described elongated arms, and after nightfall, eerie accounts of red glowing eyes. The tally of reported Bigfoot sightings in the U.S. has since exceeded 10,000, providing a wealth of diverse information. Some claim to have caught whiffs of Bigfoot, likening the scent to a potent blend of skunk, decaying animals, and refuse. Others recount hearing unsettling sounds. Grunts, screams, and even what they perceive as a complex language. Cryptolinguist Scott Nelson has recorded and analyzed alleged Bigfoot noises. Nelson's scrutiny of recordings like the Sierra Sounds led him to conclude, it is definitely a language, it is definitely not human in origin, and it could not have been faked. Moreover, some individuals report physiological reactions to these vocalizations, such as dizziness and anxiety, leading to speculation that Bigfoot may emit infrasound. Infrasound is a low-level frequency that is not consciously perceived by humans. It is thought to have profound physical and psychological effects. Could this enigmatic low-frequency sound hold the key to unraveling the mystery of Bigfoot? Bigfoot mania exploded in 1967 with the release of the Patterson-Gimlin film.
You know, this thing's been going on since the 1700s, actually before that. The legend goes way back. And things happened over the years that people said, you know, that's that creature again. It kept popping up. And then we come into the 60s. On October 20th, 1967, 1:15 in the afternoon, Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin were riding up Bluff Creek, California. And behind the log jam, they disturbed a creature that stood up. And that is the Bluff Creek film now, the Patterson-Gimlin film. This creature walks away. It's 952 frames of 16 millimeter film. And this creature goes halfway through, turns and looks at us, and walks away into the forest. It doesn't run, it walks very abruptly. It just wants to get away. And this film has changed the whole Bigfoot thing.
It was the biggest evidence yet of Bigfoot's existence, claiming to depict a female Bigfoot walking in the Six Rivers National Forest. The filmmakers were friends Roger Patterson and Robert Gimlin. They had ventured into the woods where Jerry Crew had previously found the footprints. Their mission? To uncover the truth behind the legend of Bigfoot. The story goes that as they delved into the wilderness, they found an overturned tree. Suddenly, they spotted a figure lurking behind, crouching on the opposite bank. They fumbled for the camera to capture what they believed to be the elusive creature itself. Bigfoot. The film shot shows what the pair claim was a hairy, ape-like figure, matching previous descriptions of the creature. They attempted to follow the figure but lost it in the heavy undergrowth of the forest. They returned to their campsite before making plaster casts of both left and right footprints left behind. Those who believe in the film's authenticity include Jeff Meldrum, who was a professor of anatomy at Idaho State University.
My area of expertise is primate functional morphology, or the functional aspects of the shape of anatomical structures in primates, particularly how they move. I've looked at the Patterson film very carefully from a very different vantage point. I've looked at its anatomy and tried to assess aspects of its anatomy that might indicate one way or the other. And there are numerous aspects that, as I said, beg to be answered, to be addressed in more detail. These footprints are very impressive to me, not because of their uniformity, but because of the variation in foot flexion and toe position that one can see from one track to the next. Were it simply a static prosthetic foot, you would expect a much more consistent trackway with one footprint resembling its successive footprint very closely. But instead we get dynamics of the footprint that indicate flexibility. The transmission of weight is evident in the footprint from one spot to the next. There's pressure ridges, there's tension cracks, and so forth. Clearly, there's no way to determine with 100% confidence that a footprint is authentic, but there are means to assess the probabilities. And these features have to do with the dynamic interaction of the foot with the substrate as opposed to an artificial contrivance or a false foot being stamped into the ground. We have a combination of evidence of extreme weight causing a deep impression in the soil, but also dynamics of the foot that show a smooth transition from heel to midfoot and occasionally to toes. But these features in the form of pressure ridges, tension cracks, these are indicative of a dynamic living foot.
One thing about footprints, too, is the fact that they can be easily faked. You can make one. You can sit down and hand form one in the sand and pour some plaster in it, and there you have a foot, no matter what size you want to make it. And we've had them up to 24 inches long, which is ridiculous. One thing about having the tracks, that is one of our hard evidences. You can take that, measure the track, the width and length of it, and you can get approximately within an inch or so the height of the animal that made that track. What happens here is we have a professor over at the Oregon Primate Center that helps us on that. And by having a footprint, you can take that and measure out from the toe to the ball, from the ball to the heel, and that will give you the approximate height. This is a formula that's been worked out over the years and will give you the height of a man, for instance. One thing about the tracks, if you have 3 or 4 in a row, that you can look at yourself, and if they have any slight variances to them, it gives you a pretty good idea that at least they're not a stamped-in foot, that someone made a pattern and just stamped it in. You look for those differences. That's the first thing you look for when you go to the ground. I've been taken to places where there's tracks many times over the years, and I have no way of knowing how they made them, but sometimes I get the sense that I'm being hoaxed. Twice, I think that I saw some real tracks. Whether they've been made by a man's foot, I didn't know, but a fairly large foot at that.
Even though the Patterson-Gimlin footage is less than a minute, the film endures as the most iconic representation of a Bigfoot. It has convinced people all around the world that Bigfoot does exist. It is said to be one of the most analyzed pieces of film in American history, second only to the footage of JFK being assassinated.
In 1967, everybody looked at it. Even the University of British Columbia studied it. Patterson himself and a few others took the film around. Rene Dahinden took it to Russia. They studied it in Russia. And everyone come up with the same conclusions at the time, that they thought it was real. And then the professor started coming out of the woodwork. This thing cannot be real. We have no hard evidence. This is only a film. So there's been controversy from day one. There's been pro and con on this film.
Others, such as Cal Korff, a journalist, believe the video is a hoax.
I started researching the Patterson film when I was very young. In it, at first, I tried to ascertain the height of the individual, and in particular, I was fascinated by the stride between the footprints. They either were made within the parameters of a human being or they weren't. My impression of the Patterson film then, especially now, is that it is a hoax. It is a human being in a fursuit. When you look at the Patterson film, it's obvious that the people that faked this went to a fair amount of effort. This was not a typical gorilla costume one could buy at Halloween, for example. But it is a hoax. It is not real, and they put a lot of effort into it. Give them credit for that. But to say that it's real, no. That's making a statement that is not derivable from real science or the facts. The fact that we have never found the actual suit doesn't create a mystery. They could have burned the suit, they could have destroyed it. If I had faked this, I wouldn't have left any evidence around. A good hoaxer will do that. They will destroy all evidence. So the fact that they've never found the suit, or that it didn't come from Macy's or didn't come from some mail order place, doesn't prove that there is no suit.
Rancher and businessman Clyde Reinke claims he has inside knowledge that proves the Patterson film is a hoax. In the early 70s, Reinke worked for a film distribution company called American National Enterprises. He says that Patterson also worked for the company.
I wasn't with the company when the Bigfoot film was shot, but it was shot by an employee, Mr. Patterson of A&E. He was on the payroll as a permanent employee, salaried, as a photographer.
Reinke claims that Patterson was told to fake the Bigfoot sighting by A&E. According to Reinke, A&E's strategy was to use the Bigfoot film as a loss leader, positioning it between their other, less sensational films. The aim was to attract more people to the cinema, thus increasing attendance for A&E's other films.
It is in these vast, unexplored wilderness areas of North America that a 9-foot-tall, human-like creature is reported to live. This is the home of the Bigfoot, or Sasquatch, as the Indians call him.
They took the Patterson film and they put it together with Cougar Country, distributed nationwide. The Bigfoot film, being along with Cougar Country, just increased the attendance in all the theaters nationwide a tremendous amount.
He even identifies the man in the suit as a man called Jerry Romney, who completely denies the allegations.
Well, I guess she said she ran into this guy down in Hollywood that worked for A&E, and he's the one that told her this. And so she was just calling to investigate it, you know. I guess maybe just because I'm pretty big and close to A&E, and I'd made this other movie with them, you know, and I knew all the executives very well. He just decided that was a good story, that Russ financed this and put me in that suit. But that's not true.
Well, the only way that I know definitely it was Jerry Romney in the suit is because Jerry Romney told me so. He used to laugh about it all the time, thought it was a really funny situation. I don't know whether Jerry will ever tell the truth to anybody, but he's the kind of a person that just might.
When I look at the Patterson film, I have to be honest and admit that it matches the general anatomy of Jerry Romney. For example, when I saw Jerry Romney walking, it reminded me of the Patterson film. I couldn't help but notice a similarity. Also, when I analyzed years ago on a computer the height of the creature, I knew it was under 7 feet. Jerry Romney is around 6.5 feet tall. Now, I have to admit that the similarities are circumstantial, but they're fairly persuasive. And when I look at the similarities between Jerry Romney's anatomy, the way he walked, the way he carried himself, versus the Patterson film, and then when I consider how he was defensive about the whole subject of Bigfoot, I'm very suspicious. Once again, Jerry Romney has to address the specific allegations of Clyde Renke. Both men can't be right. One of them is not telling the truth, or one of them has recollections that are in error. Another similarity between Jerry Romney and the Patterson film is that when you look at the footage of Jerry Romney turning back, he looks very similar to the creature when he looked back towards the camera. So when Jerry Romney looked back towards the camera, he gave the same kind of look that the Bigfoot creature does, looking back towards the camera as well. That's either an amazing coincidence or it's the same guy.
However, Bigfoot believers like Jeff Meldrum maintain that the figure couldn't simply be Romney in a suit.
I was able to briefly view a piece of video which depicted an individual who it has been suggested was the man in the costume in the Patterson film. And this video segment showed this individual walking with a normal gait along a road for the intent of comparing, at least superficially, his gait with that of the Patterson. This individual is of a fairly large stature and could conceivably have been such an individual in the costume. But there are many aspects, or several aspects, that immediately are apparent. First of all, at least in his normal casual walking gait, he employs a very typical human stiff-legged gait. Nothing like the bent-kneed, compliant, powerful gait evidenced by the subject of the Patterson film. There are also other aspects of his physique which require more detailed measurement and analysis, but nevertheless my initial impressions are that his limb proportions are not extraordinary, nor are his measurements in the terms of girth. I think he would fall very shy of shoulder and hip girth, as evidenced in the Patterson film subject. This individual also happens to have a very high and prominent forehead. And as I have mentioned, the aspect of contriving a facial mask or a costume that takes into account and accommodates the steep forehead of a human in the sloping forehead of a Bigfoot costume, per se, is a problem.
The Patterson-Gimlin tape, shot in 1967, remains the most popular and controversial footage of an alleged Bigfoot. Although many claim it as a hoax, it is yet to be officially debunked. It remains proof for believers around the world of Bigfoot's existence. In the decades following the Patterson-Gimlin tape, several other videos have surfaced claiming to provide evidence of the elusive Bigfoot. A notable example is the Snowwalker tape, which gained significant attention and speculation amongst cryptozoologists and Bigfoot believers around the world.
Well, the Snowwalker video was quite intriguing because it presented a rather clear, unobstructed daylight view of the subject. It purports to depict a creature moving across a snowfield, a rock-strewn snowfield, somewhere in the Himalayas, near Tibet or Nepal. Unfortunately, we have absolutely no other or confirmed contextual information regarding the identity of the witnesses or the precise location, and therefore no way to confirm those aspects of the film.
We have this snow walker video, as it's called, and supposedly come out of Himalayan mountains. Now, when it came out, you'll see here, this creature was sitting along a trail in the snow. Now, he's slowly getting up here, and from this distance, when most of us agree on this creature looks pretty good. He's got bulk. His arms look quite long here, but you've got to take in consideration he's in deep snow also, so his arms will be closer to the snow than it would be to the ground. But as he gets up, he stumbles a bit, which you would probably do in the snow, so we have no fault with that. And then he starts to step out.
I must say that my initial impressions were very interested or intrigued in that what I saw, the motions appeared to be rather natural, and the configuration of the subject was somewhat more ape-like than I had expected, in the sense of the way in which the head was on the shoulders and the relative lengths of the arms and so forth. But it quickly adopted a more upright posture as it began to walk up this snowfield.
Okay, here we have it sitting. We don't know why a big creature out in the middle of the snow would be sitting down in this cold snow, and then as the camera comes on it, it starts to get up. And it has a little bit of problem getting up. The problem with sizing on this one is, it's been said that this walkway, this trackway going up the hillside was 16 inches wide. We don't know that. There's no way of knowing that. From this distance especially, it's hard to tell how big this creature is. We do not know the size of this tree. We don't know the size of this rock. So we have no comparison, no track to compare this creature to. He does look rather bulky, though. He does look rather large. Yeah, that looks quite a bit of length through there. Now, another thing to remember is his feet are buried in deep snow. So the arm is closer to the snow than it would be to the ground. It does make it look a little longer there. And this thing will continue on up the hillside and then disappears up over the top. The only problem we have with this film is here it comes again from nowhere. We have no name of the people that shot this film. We don't know where it came from. Now, on the background of this film, we've looked into it quite a bit, and we have people who have spent a lot of years over there in the Himalayas. And especially one of them says, this is not the peaks that we're looking at. It's the wrong kind of formation. The older a mountain gets, the way it wears down, you can tell basically most of your mountain peaks. These are a different type of mountain. It has also been said by people that those type of trees do not grow over there.
Well, there was, it clearly, it was obvious to me immediately that this was not in the principal Himalayan range. The topography just was not consistent with that, and many people have commented to that effect as well. The prospect remained, however, that it might be an area referred to as the Trans-Himalaya, further to the east, where the elevation is lower and there are more temperate forests. Others were quite adamant that the topography, that the vegetation was inconsistent with the setting, as one might expect to encounter in the Himalayas or the Trans-Himalayas. There was one expert commentator who does commercial trips to the Himalayan region, even went so far as to suggest that it could have been filmed in Montana. The thing that was puzzling was that there were short segments of the video that showed very panoramic shots of large mountain ranges, which from my experience did not seem consistent with any site I was familiar with in the United States or any mountain range, mountain physiognomy that I was familiar with. In hindsight, those could easily have been edited into the segment, obviously, from stock footage of other areas.
We have a lot of things in this film that are kind of strange. We have a friend who spends many, many years over there. And the vegetation is wrong. The trees are not right for over there. The type of peaks that are there are not right. Age does a lot to mountains, and they wear down differently, and they have their own definite shape. The Rockies you can tell, the Himalayas you can tell. And our friend says, this definitely is not the Himalayas. So therefore, that puts it out of whack. Now for me, what settled it was, about 9 months or 10 months before this film came out, myself and others were contacted by phone by a sort of French-speaking couple, and I now have been told it's Flemish, asking where would be a good place to go film a Bigfoot. What would be your best chances of filming a Bigfoot? I always tell people that, well, the Rockies or Canada, and through Vancouver, British Columbia, on down to California. Just beautiful areas in there, but many sightings. Well, lo and behold, a few months later, here comes a Flemish-speaking couple, send in a film, again, without their name, doesn't say exactly where it was taken, when it was taken, how it was taken, and here we have another creature on film. My opinion is, it's the same couple that contacted me months before that, and this film is a hoax. Right, we've run into these problems so many times, we look for these things and they stick out like a sore thumb. Here we don't have the cameraman's name, we don't know where he shot it, we don't know when he shot it, they don't have anything to give us, no addresses, we can't contact these people, we're told they're traveling somewhere around the world and they can't get a hold of them. We don't believe that, it's just like everything else, there is no basis, no fact to back up this film either. People that come out with these films, now we were told that this particular TV show was sent this film anonymously in the mail and told they could use it to run. So here they show us this on a national TV show saying that they don't know who shot it, they don't know where it came from, only that it was shot in the Himalayas somewhere, sometime.
The scenario was painted that they frequently previewed or reviewed footage that came into the brokerage house looking for interesting pieces of footage, and that this caught their attention and they thought this might be something worth pursuing, and therefore subsequently contacted the International Society of Cryptozoology, of which I'm a member, and sought expert opinion through the society. The fact that the promoters of the film were not forthcoming with details regarding the identity or the precise location, although they professed to be making efforts to produce that information for us, it was never forthcoming. Left the film in a state of limbo. It was essentially of no scientific value to us other than an intriguing prospect of the potential of something interesting, something worth pursuing.
Another piece of footage that has sparked much debate is a film known as the Ohio tape.
Now, we have a tape from Ohio that was sent to a man in Michigan who's been researching for years. It shows a creature in the snow, and what we don't like about this is it looks too much like a man. You'll notice in this tape, and I'll show it to you now, that it starts from left to right. And it's hiding in the trees right here, right in the V of this tree. And now it will start off and go to the right. This looks like a man's gait and a man's walk. But you'll notice at different points he'll stop and he hides behind the trees. We find this rather curious why he would play peekaboo with us all the time.
Like many other videos of Bigfoot, the footage is frustratingly low definition.
My initial impressions of the Ohio video clip from Mr. Kappa are obviously very limited. It was a very cursory viewing of it. This piece of footage also suffers from the same shortcomings that we experienced with the Yeti video, in that we have absolutely no contextual information. We can't go to the scene. We can't establish the scale. We can't look for physical evidence of any kind. And obviously, the time elapse would preclude that. Beyond that, as a student of primate anatomy, I must say that it was better than some hoaxes that I have seen, but there were aspects of the gait in particular, and the demeanor, the carriage of the body, the position, the center of gravity, what appeared to be a superficial attempt to imitate the gait that was characteristic and quite distinct of the subject in the Patterson film, but a very poor representation of that gait. So my impressions would not be very optimistic and would be very reserved at this point.
When I watch this Ohio footage, all I can see is what I've seen before, and that's a man trying to act like a creature. When you watch this thing walk, it's got the gait of a man, and he just kind of elongates its step. Now, we can't say that that's not how Bigfoot walks, because I've never seen one. But in my mind, that is a man in a costume. I can tell by the way he's walking out.
The center of gravity appears to be poised back very far and in a natural position. Some of the behavior, the dodging behind trees and so forth, just seems very unnatural and very contrived. So I'd have to say, in a very preliminary manner, that I'm not very impressed with this video. It's better than some that I have seen, but it leaves much to be desired in the way of being compelling.
When you watch a film like this, you just think back on all the other ones you've seen because they're all so similar. We've had various tapes come in. We've seen different ones on TV that we didn't get ourselves. But they're also very similar. I mean, they're either way too thin or way too far away. They're never in focus. You never get a good video of this creature.
My expertise being in the realm of anatomy and not in videography, I really can't speak to the technical aspects of the clarity of the film or other aspects of its nature, its technical nature. But purely on the basis of my impressions from the subject itself, it's difficult to comment in too great of detail given the brevity of my exposure to it and without being able to study it, to blow it up, to look at limb proportions, body girth, angular velocities and so forth, the limb segments. Those are the aspects that I would look at. If it's congruent with a human, then one can simply not eliminate the possibility that it's a human in a costume. If it's incongruent, it raises the possibility that something unhuman, that some other biological entity is responsible for it. But even then, one would require much more in the way of corroborative data in order to say anything conclusive.
When you're estimating height on the video, it's very hard to do just by looking at scenery alone, unless you go to that point and see a tree and say, okay, this branch was this close to his head. But by using a formula with the foot, you can tell just about the right size of the creature. As in the Patterson film, it was 14.5-inch foot on it. And it has now been estimated through mathematics that creature was 7 foot 3.3 inches tall. There was no way of telling in this Ohio case about the tracks because all they sent to this man was the film. There was no tracks shown, so there was no measurements of the footprint. Just estimating through the trees like this, and you can judge by the size of the trees, everyone thinks it's maybe a 6 foot 3, maybe 6 foot 4 tall man.
Anonymous videotapes that arrive in the mail, while they may be stunning or intriguing, are essentially worthless.
Because of the various pieces of footage that even Bigfoot believers deem a hoax, many discount even more intriguing pieces of evidence as also part of a hoax.
What I find interesting is that there does appear to be a shift in attitude, an attitude both amongst the amateur community of Bigfoot investigators and amongst the scientific community. Amongst the amateurs, I think that there are more people who are just sincerely interested in getting to the bottom of this issue. Many of these people claim to have had firsthand eyewitness experiences, and sometimes the motivation is simply to vindicate their own story. But they're much more willing to cooperate. They're not hoarding information. They're not vying for media attention.
There can be several reasons why people hoax Bigfoot sightings.
There's been times when people have set other people up to look like the fool. Well, we always figure, well, we believe in this big hairy creature in the woods. We're kind of fools anyway. We can't prove it exists. But there are times when you have an enemy that doesn't like your style of investigating that will set you up. A lot of times people will send you tapes or pictures in the hopes that they can hoax you. And maybe you'll make it public. You'll go out and say, hey, look at this. This is a Bigfoot film. And then it gets proven to be a hoax. And, well, instead of the person who hoaxed it, his enemy gets to be the fool of the whole thing.
But what methods do Bigfoot believers use to identify possible hoaxes?
Well, you've got a set of rules you follow when you're investigating to find out what's a hoax and what's not. The areas that they take you to, you will look at the tracks that they have in the sand or in the dirt or in the rocks, and you'll see two perfect tracks. And they may be the right distance apart, maybe 4.5 feet apart that look really good. But then there's no more tracks. And they don't think about that. Well, why didn't this creature continue on? Why don't we see more disturbances in the ground? And so right away you know that, hey, this is probably a hoax.
For anyone assessing the potential of a given piece of video, I guess a number of things would have to be borne in mind. One, if it's authentic, if the discoverer or the videographer is sincere in his motivations for bringing this to the attention of the scientific community, then they should be completely forthcoming with all details about the context, about the timing, the setting, and so forth. Anonymous videotapes that arrive in the mail, while they may be stunning or intriguing, are essentially worthless. They're just of no value whatsoever to us. Beyond that, it's really difficult. The details that I'm looking for are extremely subtle, would not be evident to the average person. And that's sort of the litmus test or one criterion by which I can gauge some of these things, is there are aspects of anatomical detail that might be evident to myself that would never even occur to a potential hoaxer. And so it's just important that experts in this field, in the field of primate anatomy, primate locomotion, comparative anatomy, have the opportunity to look at these things very carefully, unobstructed, unrestricted, in order to assess the validity.
You know, we get these tapes and we look at them, and possibly some of the other people have already seen them and said, hey, what we have here is a real tape of a Bigfoot. Well, that's not necessarily true. I mean, there's a lot of eagerness in this field to have a new film to look at, and there's mistakes made. All these people are not experts. They're authorities like myself. You look at these things all these years, but if you haven't seen a real creature, how can you study it and be an expert? You've got to use it a little bit of grain of salt here. You've got to look at it yourself and say, is this real? Is this guy right? Is this guy wrong? Because we all make mistakes. I mean, none of us are perfect. But I think a lot of times, a lot of the authorities want to believe just so there's some new material out there. They don't necessarily think it's real, but they overlook this or that just to make it look better. You certainly can't trust what you see all the time. I mean, I have watched shows over the years on Bigfoot, knowing quite well that something's faked on them, that I've studied that piece myself maybe a year prior and found out it was phony. There is one plaster track that was made by an anthropologist back in Indiana and a friend of mine. And it was sent to another anthropologist who swore up and down that it was real. It's not real, but it's been portrayed such in a book and on TV. And I know for a fact it was made by these two people. Sometimes when a guy comes up with a tape, and you'll notice on different TV shows, radio interviews even, that have sound tapes, if they're close enough, people want to see them, a man can make some money off of his tapes, even though they're hoaxes. Your average TV person, of course, doesn't have any way of knowing if it's a hoax or not. He presents the evidence, lets you make up your own mind. So the person who does come in with that tape, sometimes they make a little bit of money, but it does fade away. Once it's been seen 2 or 3 times, people lose interest in that certain tape and it's gone. You know, when hoaxes come in, and they come in quite often, we all look at them. Eventually, all of us get a copy of it, or we get to go see a copy of it. And as far as trying to put it across to the public, I don't know everything. Renee DeHinden doesn't. Everyone doesn't know everything. But you put it all together, and you've got to use your own judgment when you look at something. If you see something that looks really hokey, like some of these films that we've seen, don't be afraid to admit it or question it. Don't just take an expert's advice. And how can you be an expert on something you've never seen? I've never seen a Bigfoot. I'm an authority. I've studied this thing for 30-some years. I've studied the Patterson film. I've studied the other films. I've studied photos. But I'm not an expert.
Both Bigfoot believers and skeptics agree that there is an abundance of hoaxes. For example, the 1958 Jerry Crew story was revealed to be a hoax in 2002. The family of Crew's co-worker, Ray Wallace, discovered a collection of carved wooden feet used to make the large footprints. However, non-believers also attribute other Bigfoot sightings to various explanations. A common theory is that Bigfoot sightings are, in fact, another known animal. Black bears are popularly thought to confuse hikers due to their upright walking habits. Areas where Bigfoot has been spotted, like the Pacific Northwest, usually have increased populations of black bears. The scientific view is that allegations of Bigfoot's existence are a hoax or a delusion of the witness. There is a lack of verifiable evidence, such as skeletal remains or clear video proof. Yet people all around the world still believe that in some way or another, Bigfoot exists. While numerous videos have been exposed as hoaxes, and scientific study often dismisses sightings, one piece of evidence stands out for its unassailable nature: the Patterson-Gimlin tape.
The Patterson film is what keeps me involved, for the fact that it's got the realism to it. It has not been proven wrong, and they've tried. Everyone's tried to prove it wrong. The rest of these things we look at, we can either find things that we're pretty well convinced that it's a hoax, or we just have to let them go because they're just phony.
I've spent many, many years examining adaptations in primates to terrestrial locomotion and particularly human bipedalism. And as I look at the subject of this film, there are aspects that are quite at odds with a human gait and with a human foot function. In fact, there are aspects which I see that on the surface appear to be completely at odds with a normal human foot function, which would to fabricate. If it is a man in a costume, it's not just a man in a rented fursuit. It would have to be an extremely elaborate prosthetic device, even at the level of the foot, in which extra articular areas were introduced and the foot proportions were altered in such a way as to leave a signature in the footprint that was evident of a very specific dynamic.
The Patterson film is our basis for everything. The Patterson film was right out in the open. The creature turns slowly and looks at you. You see the strange gait it has, the movements it makes, and all these hoaxes don't look like this creature whatsoever. The one thing that is a constant is the Patterson film. I mean, that will never go away until someone, like we say, if they can prove that that was hoaxed, it'll go away like the rest of them. But it's been there for 30 years now. It's not been proven wrong, and every time something comes up about Bigfoot, that film comes into play somewhere, whether it's talked about or whether it's shown. That is a constant moneymaker because people believe it's real.
As I walked across this sandbar, I was able to get some fairly good footage of it. It turned a couple of times and looked at us, and as it turned, it seemed to give me the impression that it didn't want anything to do with us. It didn't run, it didn't act scared, but yet it acted leery of us.
The enigma of the Bigfoot is a mystery that has persisted and intrigued people across the globe for centuries.
At the very least, there's no question that the phenomenon exists. People claim to see this creatures. It's part of the American psyche.
Regardless of the lack of evidence of Bigfoot's existence, people want to believe, and the topic will continue to spark intrigue for generations.
I've been interested in Bigfoot since the early 60s. I started off in junior high school just reading. From that point on, I got involved and I can't let go.
Throughout history, humans have been told tales of creatures lurking in the shadows, but few have captured the imagination as much as the Dogman. So what is Dogman? Well, Dogman is a cryptid, derived from the Greek kryptos, meaning hidden. These creatures of lore have been sighted by many, but confirmed by few. From the depths of our oceans to the most secluded forests, cryptids have been whispered about around campfires and passed down through generations. The existence of cryptids can often be traced back to ancient civilizations. For instance, dragons, arguably the most recognized mythical creatures, find mention across various cultures, from the Chinese long to the European fire-breathing dragon. These creatures, despite no real proof that they exist, play vital roles in cultural narratives, often symbolizing power, fear, or reverence. Cryptids often serve dual purposes. They represent the unknown that humans inherently fear, and simultaneously they embody the spirit of discovery, the potential of what might be out there. Amidst this milieu of mythological beasts and elusive sea monsters, the Dogman, primarily a North American phenomenon, emerges as a relatively recent and unsettling entrant. Described as a bipedal creature with a human-like body but a canine head, the Dogman is said to inhabit the dense forests of the northern United States, especially Michigan.
Regarding Dogman, he's an interesting little set of tales. He's certainly not as popular as the Loch Ness Monster or Sasquatch, but he certainly is fairly well known by folks in the know. I've seen it reported that there's been more sightings of Dogman than there have been of Sasquatch.
The Dogman originates from ancient myths and legends from different cultures around the world. One of the most iconic deities of ancient Egypt, Anubis, has the body of a man and the head of a jackal. As the god of mummification and the afterlife, he played a crucial role in the burial process and in guiding souls to the afterlife.
He was a human for the most part, but had the head of a dog, or the head of a jackal more specifically. And that's one of the most well-known creatures.
Anubis, as a guardian of the dead, holds dominion over the realms that humans cannot fully understand. Similarly, the Dogman, emerging from forests and uncharted territories, represents the unknown or supernatural aspects of our world, reminding us of the mysteries that still exist. Common in European tales, werewolves are humans who transform into wolf-like creatures during a full moon. Such legends emphasize the duality of human nature, and they can be found from ancient Greece to medieval Europe. Werewolves and other shapeshifters emphasize the thin boundary between human and animal. The Dogman has a permanent blend of the two, can be seen as a representation of this duality, both the civilized and the wild residing in one being. Prevalent in indigenous tales, the coyote often appears as a trickster figure. While sometimes depicted in wholly animal form, many stories emphasize his anthropomorphic abilities and behaviors. Just as the coyote in indigenous cultures embodies unpredictability and mischief, the Dogman, by eluding definitive evidence of his existence, represents the unpredictable and unexplained aspects of the world around us. These human canines vary in nature, from benevolent guides to menacing figures, and they underline humanity's intrinsic fascination with blurring the lines between man and beast. Over time, as cultures intermingle, stories often mix elements from various myths. The Dogman might be a modern manifestation of our need to personify the unknown, drawing from a melting pot of ancient legends. In essence, While the Dogman legend is a product of modern folklore, its roots might very well be entrenched in these age-old tales. Such myths, having survived generations, serve as a testament to humanity's consistent yearning to understand, explain, and personify the enigmatic world around them. The Dogman and this lineage of stories continues this tradition, evoking fear, wonder, and curiosity in equal measure.
And that kind of goes throughout all history here into modern times, where now we have people today talking about seeing these upright walking dogs anywhere from within the woods to coming up to their homes to crossing the road to appearing in their homes. They tend to be very menacing, and that is something that seems to have been a very common storyline with these things throughout history.
The Dogman legend is especially associated with the Midwest region of the United States, particularly Michigan. It saw a remarkable surge in popularity during the 1980s. While stories and local folklore about creatures resembling the Dogman date back to indigenous tales and earlier settler accounts, it was really in the latter half of the 20th century that the Dogman legend gained widespread attention. One of the most pivotal moments for the popularization of the Dogman myth was when Steve Cook, a radio DJ at WTCM-FM in Traverse City, Michigan, produced and aired a song titled The Legend as an April Fool's Day prank. Intended merely as a fun local joke, the song unexpectedly resonated with a wide audience. The song narrated eerie encounters with a humanoid canine creature, which many listeners identified with. Following the broadcast of the legend, the radio station was inundated with calls from listeners who believed they had encountered a creature similar to the Dogman, or knew someone who had. These tales spanned decades, suggesting the creature's presence in local folklore well before the 1980s. The sudden interest in the Dogman phenomenon caught the attention of local and then national media. News outlets began covering the legend, leading to a broader awareness of the myth, amplifying its reach and adding a level of perceived legitimacy to the accounts. As the legend grew in popularity, more and more people began to share their experiences and encounters with the creature. Whether these accounts were genuinely paranormal experiences, cases of mistaken identity, or simply tales spun from the fabric of imagination, they undoubtedly added fuel to the Dogman fire. The 1980s was also a time when interest in the paranormal, UFOs, and cryptids like Bigfoot was high. The Dogman legend fit neatly into this cultural milieu, offering a new regional mystery for enthusiasts to latch onto. What began as an April Fool's Day song in 1987 unexpectedly tapped into a wellspring of local folklore, resonating with regional tales and personal experiences. The media's role in propagating the legend, combined with the cultural climate of the time, ensured that the Dogman myth would become an enduring part of American cryptid lore. In the realm of American cryptid folklore, few stories have managed to capture as much attention, skepticism, and genuine fear as the tale of the Beast of Bray Road. Nestled in the heart of Wisconsin's Walworth County, Bray Road might have remained just another nondescript rural route if not for the sightings of a mysterious and terrifying creature that catapulted it into the spotlight in the late 20th century. The first reported sightings of the Beast of Bray Road date back to the 1930s. However, it was the late 1980s and early 1990s when the volume of reported encounters surged, giving the legend its momentum. Descriptions varied slightly, but witnesses generally described a large hairy creature with a muscular build, standing between 5 and 7 feet tall. Its face bore resemblance to a wolf or a German shepherd, but it was its human-like hands and its propensity to stand on its hind legs that deeply unsettled those who claimed to have seen it. In the early 1990s, local newspaper reporter Linda Godfrey from the Walworth County Week decided to investigate the numerous reports about the mysterious creature. Initially skeptical, Godfrey's perspective shifted as she delved deeper. The sheer number of witnesses, coupled with the consistency in their accounts, began to paint a picture that was hard to dismiss outright. Godfrey's articles on the Beast of Bray Road became a sensation. What might have been brushed off as local gossip or tall tales suddenly began drawing regional and eventually national attention. TV crews, journalists, and cryptid enthusiasts started flocking to Bray Road in hopes of catching a glimpse of the creature, or at least documenting the experiences of those who had. The sudden surge in popularity of the Beast of Bray Road led to a plethora of theories trying to explain the phenomenon. Some believed it to be a previously undiscovered species, a relic from a bygone era. Others posited that it was a werewolf, drawing parallels with the European legends of men transforming under the full moon. The more skeptically inclined attributed the sightings to misidentified known animals like bears or even large dogs, arguing that the fear and power of suggestion could distort one's perception. Yet another theory that gained traction was the idea of a bear-wolf, a hybrid creature born from the union of a wolf and a bear. This theory attempted to bridge the gap between the beast's canine features and its size and stature, which often resembled that of a bear. The Beast of Bray Road is not just a standalone legend. It is part of a larger tapestry of Dogman sightings across North America. Still, what makes the Beast of Bray Road story particularly compelling is its concentration in a specific geographic location and the sheer number of witnesses within a relatively short time frame. The legend has found its way into numerous books, documentaries, and even films. Linda Godfrey, who can arguably be credited with bringing the story to the masses, has written extensively on the subject, providing one of the most comprehensive chronicles of the Beast of Bray Road encounters. Even decades after the initial flurry of sightings in the 90s, reports of the encounters with the Beast of Bray Road continue to trickle in. While they might not garner the same media frenzy as before, these accounts serve as a testament to the legend's enduring grip on the local and broader cryptid enthusiast community. For locals, Bray Road has become more than just a stretch of pavement. It's a landmark, an identity, and for some, a place of genuine fear. While many go there out of curiosity, hoping to catch a glimpse of the beast, others avoid it altogether, especially after dark. The Beast of Bray Road, like all cryptid legends, straddles the line between reality and folklore. The truth of its existence may never be definitively proven or debunked. However, its impact on local culture, American cryptid lore, and the broader discourse on the unknown is undeniable. Whether a product of collective imagination, misidentification, or a genuinely undiscovered creature, the Beast of Bray Road serves as a potent reminder of humanity's timeless fascination with the mysteries that lurk just beyond the peripherals of our understanding. In the end, whether it's real or imagined, the beast has etched its place in the annals of American folklore, a testament to the power of stories and the human imagination.
In Dogman encounters, people who have experienced these things all across the United States, they get a feeling of immense dread, of immense evil. And you think about our relationship that human beings have with wolves. Wolves are always the bad guy, and their interpretations of the Bible of wolves, always beware of the wolves. And wolves in real life, if you meet them, they're very shy creatures and avoid humans, I mean, there are reports of them attacking people, but it's very, very rare. Not like bears, bears are much more aggressive towards people than wolves, but wolves don't go out at night, or the big bad wolf stalks this woods. You hear about the Native American encounters, where they have nothing nice to say about a dogman, where I think it's interesting where a lot of Native American tribes, and even to this day, if you talk to them, where they say, oh, Bigfoot, we leave them alone, they leave us alone. Some of them have benign descriptions of Bigfoot. Some of them have aggressive depictions of Bigfoot. A lot of them do. Some of them have even a benevolent depiction of Bigfoot. Oh, they bring us food and fish when we're, starving or something like that. The Bigfoot are good here. They never have anything nice to say about Dogman. They say that they exist. Some of them, if you look into the skinwalker type stuff, especially in the Navajo tribe and some of the southern tribes of the United States.
There's people who talk about when they see a Dogman, not just fear, but the sense of evil comes over them. The only time that I've ever heard of something more in the positive sense is with children. I talked to a woman who had ongoing interactions with the creature, and it was not terrifying at all for her, but she was a child. Recently, I talked to a man that his friend told him as children that he wanted to take him to meet his friend out in the woods. So they went out in the woods. They came across an old shack like out there in the middle of nowhere. And his friend goes up on the porch, looks in the window, and he says, "Oh, good, he's home." And he said that there was a bunch of chewed up toys on the front porch. And he goes up and looks in the window, and he sees an upright standing walking dog inside this house. And it was like the dog's house. And he obviously freaks out, runs away and stuff. But the point is, that kid that took him there believed that that was his friend. And so there is this little bit of a pattern that I'm starting to see where people are having very positive interactions with these things, but it's always, in my case, and with what I'm seeing, it has always been with them as a child.
One of the earliest modern Dogman sightings took place in the Wisconsin city of Racine. Mark Shackleman, a diligent night watchman, had taken up the responsibility of guarding the sacred grounds of the St. Coletta Convent in 1936. As the cloak of night fell around him, a peculiar stench, reminiscent of rotting flesh, wrapped itself around the hallowed grounds. Deep in the patrol, Mark's flashlight beam caught a glimpse of a dark silhouette. An unearthly creature cloaked in inky black fur with long, ominous claws seemed to be defiling an indigenous people's burial mound. Before Mark could fully process what he was witnessing, the beast, sensing his presence, took off, vanishing into the night. The subsequent dawn revealed a chilling scene, footprints interlaced with claw marks suggesting a creature of nightmares. Yet 2 of its fingers appeared crippled or withered. A growing sense of dread crept into Mark's heart as night approached again. He knew he had to return. The next night was even more chilling. As the fog rolled in, Mark once again spotted the creature, now even more ferocious, raking its claws over the same mound. As Mark stepped closer, the creature did the unimaginable. It locked eyes with Mark. In the heavy silence, it uttered a chilling word, or perhaps a name, Gadara. Resisting the urge to flee, he slowly turned and walked away, feeling the weight of the creature's eyes boring into his back. The last thing Mark remembered before the fog enveloped everything was the Dogman's sneer and the relentless smell of death. Although Mark never encountered the creature again, the haunting memory and scent of decay would forever linger.
And the whole legend behind Dogman is very interesting. First of all, we see Sasquatch or Yeti or Bigfoot or Swamp Ape or whatever you want to call it showing up literally all over the world. But no one claims it. Dogman, for whatever reason, is regionalized. He's often referred to as Michigan's Dogman. Sometimes you hear about Ohio's Dogman or Minnesota's Dogman. You even have the Beast of Bray Road, which I think is in Wisconsin, which seems to be a Dogman entity. And so despite appearing in, I think it's 48 out of 50 states in the United States and on 6 of the 7 continents worldwide, Antarctica being the only exception, it's most commonly known as the Michigan Dogman. The first sighting was there back in 1887 by some lumberjacks who described this, large, 7-foot tall, muscular, dog man type creature, literally a cross between a dog and a man that chased them out of the woods.
I think that kind of leads credence to some of the missing 411 cases. out there. Missing people across the United States go missing under strange circumstances, and sometimes they find paw prints or something, a combination of teeth and paws, but also things that look like it has articulation in hands. Almost like if a bear or a mountain lion had human-like hands. That doesn't sound like a Bigfoot. You know, I mean, they can be ferocious, but nothing like a bloodthirsty predator.
What we see with Bigfoot a lot of times is the only reported attacks are in an effort to get away from humans. It's usually, you know, a male Bigfoot, or a female, if it's with young, will start throwing, you know, large rocks or huge tree trunks at people and making these warning noises. And it's more of an effort of leave us alone, go away. Whereas with Dogman, it seems to actively pursue humans as prey, if you accept those stories. And some people have even claimed to have been assaulted by Dogman and gotten away. There's some missing persons or people that have been found dead that the cause of death is attacked by a pack of feral dogs in locations where you wouldn't expect to find feral dogs, like up in the Rocky Mountains. And so some people believe that's evidence of a Dogman sighting.
The legend of Dogman has been a subject of intrigue for many. Its elusive nature, combined with sporadic sightings and anecdotal evidence, divides the populace into believers and skeptics. Delving into why some people believe in the Dogman while others dismiss it reveals a complex interplay of psychological, sociological, and cultural factors. For many, belief in cryptids like the Dogman arises from a deep-seated psychological need to believe in the unknown and unexplained. The world is vast, and the idea that not everything has been discovered feeds the human spirit. Additionally, personal experiences and testimonies from trusted individuals can solidify these beliefs. For someone who believes they've seen or encountered the Dogman, no amount of skepticism can easily shake their conviction. Skepticism, on the other hand, often stems from a need for empirical evidence. The scientific method, which relies on reproducibility and tangible evidence, doesn't lend itself easily to cryptid claims, which are often based on singular, non-reproducible events. For skeptics, anecdotal evidence isn't sufficient enough to substantiate the existence of such creatures. Dogman tales and similar cryptids are often amplified by media. Movies, documentaries, TV shows, and books. These platforms, while entertaining, can blur the lines between fiction and reality for some viewers. In a world where sensational stories grab attention, accounts of Dogman encounters can become deeply ingrained in public consciousness. Conversely, the commercialization of cryptids can further entrench skepticism. Seeing the Dogman story told in various media forms, often with added dramatic flair, can make the entire concept seem fabricated for entertainment rather than based on genuine encounters. Communities, especially areas with frequent Dogman sightings or folklore, can foster collective belief systems. When multiple individuals share stories of encounters or pass down tales through generations, it lends credence to the idea. Being part of a group that believes in the Dogman can validate individual beliefs and create a sense of belonging. In contrast, communities rooted in scientific or academic settings tend to be skeptical of cryptid claims. Within these circles, empirical evidence is paramount, and without it, the Dogman remains a myth.
I'm not sure traditional science even wants to acknowledge the topic of Dogman. I think maybe traditional history could acknowledge the topic of Dogman, and you can look at the historical context of these creatures being in what you would call folklore, not real true stories. But as far as science goes, I don't think science wants to even touch it. I don't even think science wants to acknowledge the fact that Dogman is a possibility. I think Dogman is a far more extreme topic to consider for science than even Bigfoot is. And we know that Bigfoot is something that they don't want to touch. But there have been scientists that do go into the topic of Bigfoot. I don't know off the top of my head very many scientists that have dabbled seriously in the Dogman community looking at the facts of Dogman.
To many, the Dogman is a product of folklore, a legend without any real substance. But for the sake of exploration, let's consider the biological possibility of such a creature existing. All species on Earth, as we understand them, have evolved over millennia to adapt and survive in their respective environments. The concept of bipedalism, or the ability to walk on two legs, is not exclusive to humans. Birds, some dinosaurs, and even certain primates exhibit bipedal locomotion. If we consider the possibility of a canine species taking an evolutionary detour towards bipedalism, it would require a significant set of environmental pressures that would make walking on two legs more advantageous than on four. For a canine to evolve into a bipedal creature, profound skeletal changes would be necessary as well. The spine's curvature would need to alter to support an upright posture. The pelvis would require restructuring to attach to two powerful legs capable of supporting their entire body weight. Such a transition would likely take millions of years, assuming there was an evolutionary advantage to do so. Along with skeletal modifications, there would need to be substantial muscular and cardiovascular adaptations. Two legs would mean larger muscles in the legs for support and propulsion. The cardiovascular system would have to adjust to pump blood efficiently to a vertically oriented body, maintaining oxygen supply and removing waste products efficiently. Transitioning from a quadruped to a biped stance would not just be a matter of bones and muscle. It would affect the creature's entire perception of its environment. The eyes, which on a dog are situated on the sides of its head, might shift forward, similar to primates, to provide better depth perception. This change would be crucial for a predator that now has to navigate, hunt, and protect itself in an upright position. The brain would also need to adapt, both in terms of structure and capacity to process information differently. With a shift in body structure and hunting dynamics, dietary needs might also change. While a quadrupedal wolf or dog can rely on its speed and pack tactics, a bipedal dogman might need to develop different hunting strategies, possibly even tools. This could mean changes in its digestive system and its metabolic rate. The reproductive organs and processes might also need to adapt. How would a bipedal canine carry its young? Would it still bear litters? Or would there be a move towards single births like humans? Evolutionary theory suggests that creatures that invest more in individual offspring tend to have longer lifespans, so the dogman might have a different lifespan than its quadrupedal counterparts. The environment plays a crucial role in the evolutionary pathway for any species. For a canine to turn bipedal, its environment would need to present challenges that favor bipedalism. Perhaps a landscape where standing tall provides visibility advantages, or where two-legged mobility offers access to resources or shelter. For all these changes to happen, there would need to be genetic mutations that support each one. Evolution, as we understand it, relies on beneficial mutations being passed down and amplified over generations. The odds of all the necessary mutations occurring in sequence or simultaneously are astronomically low. Assuming the dogman did evolve, it would need to establish its place in the food chain. As a new species, it might face threats from other established predators. It would have to compete for food, territory, and mates, adding another layer of complexity to its survival.
There's also, the scientific community doesn't really discount the possibility of a creature like this existing, but they believe it would be more of a prehistoric type animal, somewhere between what we think of as a modern day wolf and a dire wolf. Maybe that's larger than normal. that people get confused by, but they don't speak to how it's, virtually every encounter, the dog man's on his hind legs, walking as a human would. Scientific community doesn't offer an explanation for that.
While the idea of a flesh and blood dogman is captivating, from a biological standpoint, the odds seem heavily stacked against its existence. Now, all of that does not take into account that the dogman may not be a flesh and blood being, but in fact supernatural. In many cultures, there are myths and legends of beings that can transform between human and animal forms, such as the werewolf in European lore or the skinwalker in Native American tales. The dogman might be such a being, not bound by the limitations of the physical realm, but instead a supernatural shapeshifter. The dogman can be seen as a modern iteration of age-old tales of beings that blur the lines between humans and animals. For some, these stories aren't just myths, but historical accounts providing a cultural basis for belief. The wide range of habitats and regions where dogman has been reported is puzzling. A single undiscovered species being present in such diverse conditions without concrete evidence seems implausible. However, a supernatural entity wouldn't be bound by typical ecological or geographical limitations. The lack of concrete evidence combined with the eerie nature of the encounters and the creature's place in cultural lore suggests that the dogman may be more spirit than species.
Step aside from any kind of paranormal topic of conversation when it comes to dogman, because as soon as you start talking about dogman being a paranormal interdimensional type creature, really the idea of needing to survive off physical things kind of goes out the window in my mind. But I did interview a guy on my show. It was episode 335, Dog versus Dogman. I had Kyle on the show, and he told me a story from when he was 15 years old. He is from Kentucky, and him and his grandfather used to hunt the Daniel Boone National Forest for raccoons. And they went out, and his grandfather could not go out in the woods with him because he just physically couldn't do it anymore. So they would drive the truck into the woods. His grandfather would park the truck, they'd get on a two-way radio, and his grandfather would stay in the truck. So Kyle lets the dogs loose, they get on a scent, and they take off, and they wind up treeing a raccoon. Kyle, as he's trying to keep up with his dogs, now they're gone. Like, you're just listening to the barks and you're kind of following the barks to keep up with your dogs. He hears a pack of coyotes coming in as well when they tree this raccoon. And so his grandfather gets on the two-way radio and says, "Do you hear the coyotes? Get to the dogs before the coyotes do, because if you don't, there's going to be a fight." And so Kyle said, okay, and he's booking it through the woods. He's trying to get there in time. He doesn't get there in time, and a fight breaks out. Now, what you need to know about the dogs that Kyle had, he had two dogs. One's name was Bo, the other name was Jake. Bo was the younger dog, learning how to hunt from Jake, the older dog, and I guess that's how they train their hunting dogs. Their hunting dogs are trained by the older dogs. Jake was a legendary dog in the area. Everybody knew Jake because Jake was known to be the best hunting dog. He was the biggest dog, the strongest dog, the best dog for hunting. He was the best. And so Jake's out there treeing the raccoon, kind of showing Bo how to do this as well. When these coyotes come in, Bo takes off, and Kyle heard Bo take off. He could tell Bo left and left Jake to fight the coyotes alone. But Kyle said that in this first round, the coyotes came in one by one, and Jake fought them off. Wasn't very hard. You could hear the coyotes go away, and then they came back in as a group. And when they came back in as a group, Kyle said that you could tell and hear that Jake was getting his butt handed to him. The fight turned, Jake was losing, and he's trying to get there as fast as he can. But then he hears another dog come in and join the fight, and all of a sudden, the coyotes are, running away, crying and screaming and stuff, and Jake goes back to treeing the raccoon, and Kyle arrives on the scene. He sees Jake treeing the raccoon. He comes over, pats him on the head, and he hears what he thought was his other dog, Bo, that came in for the fight on the other side of the tree, chomping down on a coyote. So he walks around this tree to see and greet his dog, and what he sees is not his dog, Bo, at all. What was there was a huge dog. He said this dog was so big that it was holding a coyote by the rib cage in its mouth. Like the whole rib cage was in the Dogman's mouth. He's terrified. And when he lays eyes on this thing locks eyes with him. And it stands up on hind legs and takes off after Kyle. Kyle runs, and as he's running, his dog Jake comes in after this Dogman, and this Dogman kind of just pushes it away, just pushes it off the side like it's nothing. And there's Kyle's still running, the Dogman's still coming. His dog Jake comes back in a second time, and the Dogman takes Jake and just throws him through the woods. And he said you could hear Jake crashing through the trees, and he believed Jake was probably dead at that moment. And so I think he said that he fell, and he winds up on his backside, and this Dogman is coming in on him, and it's right there on top of him. He said that it was so close to him that he could see down the back of its throat. He, in that moment, in those split seconds, is thinking, I'm dead, this monster's gonna kill me, it's over. And for the third time, his dog Jake comes running in, broadsides this Dogman, and they get in a fight. He gets up and starts running away, calling for his dog, but all he hears is this Dogman shredding his dog to pieces, like literally destroying his dog. And so he's filled with tears, crying, running for his life out of the woods. He's fired. I believe he fired off a round into the sky when he hit like an opening, calling for his dog Jake. Jake doesn't come, and he gets back in the truck, tells his grandfather to take off. And so they take off, and he tells his grandfather what happened. His grandfather told him that if you're going to spend time in these woods, you need to understand there are things out here that you're not going to understand. His grandfather knew these creatures were out there. And the next day they come back looking for Jake. They can't find him, but his grandfather leaves a coat out there for the scent in case Jake survived or Bo comes back. They go back out that evening, and they see a dog alongside the road, and they get out thinking it was Bo, and it turns out it was Jake. Jake actually survived the attack. His ears were shredded like noodles, he said. I mean, his dog was in really bad shape, but his grandmother actually nursed the dog back to health, and Jake actually lived to be an old dog and went out hunting again. He said Jake was never the same hunting dog again, but he did go out hunting and doing what he loved to do. I say that story to kind of draw this picture of a very natural, real environment. And in that environment of hunting, where a dog is treeing a raccoon, wanting to kill the raccoon is food. Then there's coyotes coming in on the dog because the coyotes view the dog as food, and they think that they can all gang up on the dog and kill it. Why would they kill a dog? To eat it, right? But that doesn't happen because this Dogman came in during that fight and wound up going after the coyotes and killing one and eating it, right? There's something about the coyotes that brought in that Dogman. Maybe it was the howling. We're not sure. But one thing's for sure is it wasn't coming in to save Jake. It was coming in because it heard food. And so I think there's a very real natural survival tactic here where it's just hunt, eat, survive.
With the reported Dogman sightings, there have been tracks, photos, and even audio recordings offered as proof of its existence. However, analyzing these pieces of evidence critically and scientifically is essential to separating myth from reality. So let's delve into a review of the primary types of physical evidence related to Dogman claims. Typical Dogman tracks resemble oversized canine footprints, often larger than any known wild canine species. These prints may occasionally exhibit bipedal patterns, suggesting an upright walking creature. Track evidence is one of the most commonly presented proofs for many cryptids. While with the Dogman, a major challenge in validating tracks is differentiation. The tracks can often be confused with other known animals, such as bears, wolves, or large dogs. Environmental factors such as rain or snow can alter footprints, making them appear larger or different than they originally were. Another consideration is hoaxing, creating fake footprints as pranks or to generate interest in a location. Thus, tracks, while intriguing, are not conclusive evidence without associated genetic material or concurrent video evidence. Photos purported to be of the Dogman generally depict a large humanoid creature covered in fur. Some images suggest a creature with a dog-like head, muscular torso, and a bipedal stance. Photography in the digital age is both a boon and a bane for cryptid research. While capturing images has become easier and more ubiquitous, so too has the ability to alter and fabricate those images. Many alleged Dogman photos suffer from issues like low resolution. Many images are grainy, out of focus, or are taken from a distance, making detailed analysis challenging. Often, the creature could be another animal, a play of shadows, or manipulated imagery. Without a clear frame of reference, it's hard to determine the size, posture, or even the clear shape of the alleged creature. While photos can be compelling and often form the cornerstone of cryptid claims, they require thorough vetting, ideally with the original, unaltered digital file for analysis. Some enthusiasts have presented audio recordings of eerie howls and growls as evidence of the Dogman. These recordings are characterized by their unfamiliarity. They don't match typical wildlife sounds known to those areas. Audio evidence is among the most challenging to validate. Without visual confirmation, attributing a sound to a particular source is speculative at best. Natural environments are filled with a cacophony of sounds, many of which can be surprising to the untrained ear. Known animals can produce unfamiliar noises when distressed, in mating calls, or even casual communication. Technological manipulation also plays a role. With audio editing software, sounds can be altered in pitch, speed, and tone, making the origin harder to pinpoint. Without a clear chain of custody and context, audio recordings remain intriguing but inconclusive.
I do know that one of the most compelling pieces of evidence I've seen is known as the OnStar recording. It's where a man and woman are driving down a road at night and they use the OnStar service, which was one of those emergency in-car buttons that would dial authorities for you, and they reported that they drove off the road because a large something ran into the middle of the road, and the husband swerved to miss it and they ended up in a ditch. They weren't hurt, and they tried to describe to authorities what it was. Was it a deer? Was it a bear? And he said, well, honestly, it looked like a really, really big wolf walking on its hind legs. And in the course of reporting this and giving this description, you hear a very strange noise, the husband and wife scream, a giant crashing sound or smashing sound, and then nothing. It goes blank. From that point on, it's the OnStar representatives basically saying, sir, are you there? So that one's very unusual, and it's hard to explain away.
One of the strongest arguments against the existence of Dogman is the lack of any physical specimens. With many sightings over the years across various regions, it's surprising that no bodies or remains have been found. In the age of DNA analysis, even hair or saliva samples linked conclusively to an unknown canine species would significantly bolster claims. While not physical evidence, eyewitness accounts form a significant portion of Dogman lore.
The best evidence for me to receive, like if I'm looking for reasons to believe in Dogman, for me on a personal level, I am looking for people who have seen it and are able to describe it to me. And so I like the idea of people coming forward and sharing their stories as to what they saw in detail, what they went through. I think those are probably the best evidences, in the sense that you get a sense of what that person went through at that moment. And whether you want to believe that they saw what they think they saw is irrelevant to the fact that you talk to some of these people and you're like, they definitely went through something. I may not believe what they think they saw is reality and real, but they definitely feel like they went through something.
These testimonies, often detailed and emotionally charged, can be compelling. However, human memory and perception are fallible. Without physical evidence to back up these claims, they remain anecdotal. The legend of Dogman, like many cryptids, is rich with tales, sightings, and purported evidence. While tracks, photos, and recordings provide tantalizing hints of the creature's existence, none have been rigorously validated by the wider scientific community. This lack of conclusive evidence doesn't necessarily disprove the Dogman's existence, but it does call for caution and a healthy dose of skepticism. In the pursuit of understanding our world's mysteries, it's essential to approach such phenomenon with both curiosity and critical thinking. The Dogman, whether real or folklore, serves as a reminder of the vast unknowns that still exist and the human drive to explore and understand them.
So there's definitely something here that stems back to a very long time ago. I think there's a lot of people out there throughout history who have had experiences with this creature, if you want to just call it a creature, but they have not talked about it. And I think as the century turned the last 20 years with the advancement of technology, I think humanity has gotten to a point where people are more open to discuss these kind of topics because they read other people's experiences on the internet far more than they could have before. And so the scope, the perspective has grown a lot because of the access to information, which has allowed people to feel more comfortable coming forward and talking about this stuff. And I think that's why we're having a lot more reports today than we would have maybe 20, 30 years ago.
The unknown has always fascinated humanity. From the depths of the oceans to the vastness of space, the unexplored beacons. For many, cryptids like the Dogman represent the terrestrial unknown, creatures that exist just beyond the fringes of our understanding, evoking wonder and curiosity. Skeptics might argue that the Dogman, like other cryptids, is a cultural evolution of ancient myths adapted for modern sensibilities. Instead of viewing these tales as historical truths, they see them as allegories or cautionary tales. A distrust in mainstream institutions can bolster belief in cryptids. If one believes that authorities are hiding or dismissing evidence of the Dogman, it reinforces the idea that there is a truth being suppressed. On the other hand, those with strong trust in scientific institutions are more likely to await peer-reviewed evidence before accepting the existence of entities like the Dogman. For them, if such a creature existed, it would have been documented or studied extensively by now. Belief in the Dogman, or lack thereof, isn't merely a matter of credibility or skepticism. It's a complex mosaic shaped by individual experiences, community narratives, cultural history, and personal psychology. While it's easy to dismiss believers as naive or skeptics as closed-minded, understanding the nuanced reasons behind those convictions fosters empathy and dialogue. Cryptids like the Dogman serve a broader purpose beyond their potential existence. They challenge our understanding of the world, push the boundaries of accepted knowledge, and most importantly, remind us of the ways humans perceive and interpret their surroundings. Whether or not the Dogman roams the woods or is merely a product of our collective imagination, its legend encourages introspection, curiosity, and respect for the diverse tapestry of human belief. It's clear that this creature, whether real or born of folklore, holds a captivating grip on our collective imagination. From eyewitness accounts to cultural narratives, the Dogman's presence in our stories speaks volumes about our innate human fascination with the unknown. The realm of cryptids has always danced along the fine line between skepticism and belief, and the Dogman is no exception. While concrete evidence of this bipedal canine's existence remains elusive, the multitude of testimonies and tales ensures that it won't fade into obscurity anytime soon. It's essential to approach the topic with both curiosity and critical thinking. Every story, photograph, or piece of alleged evidence should be analyzed with an open mind, but also with a discerning eye. The legends of cryptids, including the Dogman, are as much about the creatures themselves as they are about us, our perceptions, and our relationships with the mysteries of the natural world. Whether you leave this documentary a skeptic, a believer, or somewhere in between, one thing is certain. The legend of the Dogman, like all enduring myths, serves as a reflection of our deep-seated need to explore, to question, and to marvel at the vast unknowns of our world. Until the next mystery unfolds, keep your eyes open, your cameras ready, and your senses of wonder alive.
Trying to get a sense of what this area over here is like.
I call myself a two-time direct witness of Sasquatch encounters. I've had other experiences. For instance, in 1972, in December, was the first time I found footprints of the creatures and had no idea what I was looking at. But it wasn't until 2 years later, in the fall of 1974, that I actually saw two of the creatures. And then again in 1988, where I saw an individual in southern Washington. I've had other experiences, not directly seeing the creatures, but vocalizations, etc. I've spent the past 5 decades conducting field investigations and research into the subject of Bigfoot. I've written and published 9 books to date. I've been on television, for example, the History Channel show America's Book of Secrets, The Mystery of Bigfoot. I've done numerous radio and podcasts over the years. I spent decades building a network of witnesses across the country and around the world, actually. This past year, I took my field team to Oregon in order to answer some of these questions. And with every witness interview and every piece of evidence we collect, it helps paint a clearer picture. But it seems that with each question answered, it spawns 10 or 20 more questions.
The state of Oregon. There are more than 30.5 million acres of forest here, covering more than half of the state. This vast region is home to well over 300 species of animals, including the black-tailed deer and the black bear. And according to eyewitnesses, there is another species of wildlife here.
I was deer hunting. I had my wife take me up to the 1400 road, and she drops me off at the 1400 and she picks me up on the 3000. And as I'm walking through the second time in the evening, I'm walking down through the edge of the clear cut. I get down to the bottom of this clear cut, walking through the timber, because there's a clear cut here, there's the timber, and then there's the other clear cut on the 3000. And so I'm in the area that they just got done clear cutting that year. And I'm walking down through there. I get down to the bottom into the next stand of timber, and I see a bunch of chanterelle mushrooms. And so I set my rifle off to the side, set my backpack down, I start cutting some chanterelle mushrooms. And a couple of minutes go by, and I hear, I stop and I listen, I look around and don't see nothing. Go back down, start cutting again, I hear a little bit louder. Still didn't think nothing of it. Thought maybe now. Cut a little bit more, and it got louder the third time. Still, I didn't see nothing. I looked around, but didn't see nothing. The fourth time, and then I don't know, whatever it was it threw, it threw something at me. It was big enough that it scared the crowd down. I grabbed my backpack and I grabbed my rifle and I headed to the dirt road that leads to where Laura's at. As I'm walking down the dirt road, I could hear this thing quartering me going down the dirt road in the timber, following me out. And then Laura was meeting me at the bottom at the wild clear cut. And we got there, and I asked her if she heard anything. She said she heard the footsteps, but she didn't hear the hollering.
I heard something like maybe it's a deer. I got up to where I was sitting, and there's a little hill there. And I'm like, well, whatever it was, I can't see. It's not a deer. So went and sat back down. And then when he comes out, he says, so we're leaving. And I said, I don't know time. 3 middle of the day, like leaving, like going back up to the top. And he said, no, we're going home. Oh, are you sure? You know, because I always say he's a dark to dark hunter. He had been a dark to dark hunter. So 30, 40-minute drive home, didn't say a word to me. Not a word. I guess it was 2 or 3 days before he even mentioned to me to have me that this had happened. And then we...
And so I came down here the next weekend, and this area here, I hunted spring bear of April and May 2020. I walked down this main trail, and the trail was wide open during High Cascade bear season. And that weekend we come down here, and I come across that pile of brush in the trail. I didn't know what it was. And at that time, I hadn't met Tom or hadn't met Will, and I discussed this on their podcast, and that's when they told me that was a kill zone. And when I come down, I seen the trees knocked over, and then the other tree knocked over the top of it. I just took it, as wind or something, but it was awful strange. And then
and it was fresh. It was
the leaves are still still green on it. It was fresh.
Yeah.
And then we left that area, and then I didn't go back up to that area until March of the next year. I had a spring bear tag again.
Yeah, we usually spend most of our times up there, just a whole lot. It was odd to me that he didn't. I didn't understand it. I still,
And the week before this encounter happened, Laura and I and another friend of mine were hunting up there. It was opening weekend of deer season. We get up there before daylight. Now there's no wind. It's quiet, and we've got trees being knocked over. I thought again that clear cut is first clear cut, so I figured maybe it might be a couple of trees that were still left over from the log. And it didn't. At that time, I didn't put 2 and 2 together until the next weekend when I had the encounter. And when I went back up in March of that next year, I found one of the trees that was snapped off, and I found that the scratch marks on the tree. I used to be a daylight to dark hunter, and ever since my encounter, I don't stay in these woods after dark. I leave before it gets dark.
See where this pile of brush is, okay?
Yeah.
The big tree that's laying horizontal here probably came from that one right there. The question is, how did it get up and over the other trees that are broken?
Yep.
And there's a bunch of it all broken there.
Oh, yeah.
So how did that occur?
Well, why are there 4 right there with one diagonal holding them up?
Right.
I mean, yeah, come on now.
Normally, when I do that, I should not get any situation.
And all these breaks, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of the classic type breaks. Probably more. I haven't looked at that side yet. So if you're gonna have a kill zone, you'd want to be on a game trail where the animals or deer were using it.
Yep.
And then you have a place to hide. Gotcha. Where they ambush you and condemn. Okay. Now, of course, we're speculating they made this, but the twisted and broken trees didn't occur naturally. You know, these ones here like this.
Right. And I'll admit I've never seen anything like this.
It's unusual.
Anywhere I've ever hiked in the woods.
Very unusual.
I see all these trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's broken off.
And the one, yeah, that's weird. That whole set of there. And
Yeah.
this here, this big tree, where's the top for it? On the other side.
Bob it.
It's over there.
See.
Okay, so we want on stuff like this now. See the height of that? That's probably what it's done in the winter when the snow was on.
Gotcha.
I don't know how deep it gets up here, but we see that by Mount Rainier.
Yeah.
When the snow is 10 feet deep, and you get a break about that height.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
So that's about 3 to 4 inches thick. That's pretty typical of what they do with the marking. That's a very classic marking. See where the branches come down, the upper part that's broken over. See where they're not touched, and then there's a gap of about 4 feet. Then there's more branches untouched.
Yep.
In between where it's kind of black looking at, see where there's kind of the light spots, and then just back from that, that's probably where it was grabbed to be broken over.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha.
So the creature was probably much higher because of the snow.
Uh-huh.
And you'll notice it's not weather related because all these other trees protect from wind or anything else. Nothing has fallen over to hit that.
Yep.
Because people don't understand just how thick and how difficult this terrain is. And think about it in terms of visibility and how few people there really are up in these areas. And most of them are driving or truck. So when you're driving a truck through this area, you're not really looking off to the left or right. If something is standing still, it would blend in with the vertical trees. So it'd be, if it's not moving, and we know that chimps do that. People can go right by chimps and they stand perfectly still.
Gotcha. Wow.
You'd never see one unless it moved.
William Jevning has been tracking and studying the Sasquatch since the day he encountered 2 of them face to face. He was 16 years old.
So my dog took off. Of course, he ran out there and ran straight to the tree line. Dog was always in front of me. And he got up there and he was probably between 50 and 100 feet ahead of me. And I saw him freeze at the edge of the tree. And that dog normally would have just torn right into the trees after whatever was there. He stopped and he froze. His tail was up, his ears were up, and he was really focused on the tree line. And I'm thinking, what's he doing? Well, maybe the porcupine's back, and he's thinking twice about it this time. But he wheeled around and he came running back. And he passed right by me at full speed. And I'm like, what's that dog doing? You know? And I saw him, he run up on our back porch, and he was sitting there kind of shivering like that. I thought, what in the world? So, okay, well, maybe he learned his lesson. Maybe he's afraid of the porcupine now. So I go up to the tree, and I could hear something moving in there. And there was these low-hanging fir boughs. Then there was tall grass, and the boughs hung down into that. So you had to kind of push your way. We had cut an opening into that because it opened up when you went through that outer. There were blackberries and stuff on the edge there. So we, as kids, we cut our way through there so we'd get into the woods. But that was kind of grown over. So I pushed my way through the tree limbs, 22 in one hand. I'm pushing my way through, and as soon as I cleared the branches, there was a big maple tree in there, and the trunk was probably, it was probably 4 feet across. It was big. And so that was a big open area under there, and it was probably October because all the leaves were on the ground. And I see this massive thing standing, and it was moving the leaves with its right foot. And I'm between 10 and 20 feet from it, and I'm just instantly like, what in the hell is this? All these things go through your mind in a minute, in a moment's notice, right? And I'm like, oh my God, and it saw me and it stopped, and it just looked at me. And the light was getting bad. The sun was down, but there was still light, and it was coming through the trees, so I could really see from probably here down, mid-chest down, better, because that's where the light was. And the right leg was what was moving, so I kind of focused on that, the foot. And I can tell you in minute detail what the foot looked like. You know, the hair would come down, the hair came down to about above the toes, and then it hung over. And the toes didn't have hair on them, and you could see the nails, and the skin color was kind of grayish. But this thing had to be at least, I was 16 at the time, so I was probably about 5'9" or so, and it was a good 2 feet above me. And across the shoulders here, 4 to 5 feet. From the front of the chest to the back, about 3 feet thick. It was massive. And I just thought, I was stunned. And I thought, what is that? Then it dawned on me, oh, that has to be one of the things that made the footprints we found over by John's 2 years before. And I'm thinking, well, how do I get out of this one? You know? Because, you know, having run into the bear as a younger kid, you know, you run into something, that's the first thing in your mind. Is like, how do I get out of this one unscathed, right? So I thought, well, maybe if I shoot in the air, because I sure wasn't going to shoot at something, you know, I hunted deer and elk and bear with my dad, so I knew, you know, what you should and shouldn't shoot at with a particular weapon, right? And so I thought, okay, I'll shoot in the air, maybe that'll scare it away, the gunshot. So I shot, didn't move. Then I hear a noise over here. And I'm trying to keep one eye on this one and one eye over here. Didn't work so well. I hear some brush move, and out comes from some brush another one. And it walked right by me, and it was probably, you know, 10 feet away from me, so it wasn't close, but it was over here. It walked right over and stood right next to the first one. They kind of touched each other. They were like that. And it was about a head shorter, looked just like the other one, but it was just smaller. And that's when I did what my dog did. I turned around and took off running, hoping it wasn't going to come breathing down my neck. And they didn't. So because my sisters and everybody had made fun of us for finding the footprints when we were 14, I wasn't going to say a word. So I got the phone, I called John, and I very quietly told him what had just happened. And we agreed to meet at my house before first light the next morning. And he was going to call another one of our friends, and one of his brothers would go. We all got our hunting rifles, and we met there before light, and we went out to the spot. We found footprints. It had frozen, so all these footprints were, you know, beautiful in this frost, right? We followed them until probably, I want to say around 10 a.m. We followed them for a long ways until the sun came out and melted the stuff, and we lost the trail. I don't know what we would have done if we'd have found him anyway. We didn't think that far. We're just going to find whatever made this, you know. But there were the two sets of tracks. I don't know where the third creature was, because there were 3 of them in that group. That the state trooper, Mark Pinninger, the next year I found when I met him, had seen the same creatures, just 7 miles north of us.
Will and his team of researchers has come to Central Oregon. They are here to record witness testimony and continue their hunt for the elusive creatures.
Wow. And see, look here, all the same treatment. Look at this.
Yeah, just like shaved with fingernails.
Just like what we had up fully.
So weird.
So you take a look at this here, Will. See all this here? And by look at the radius of that.
You think that's...
It's old, but now they did talk about porcupines doing some of this kind of stuff where the bark is peeled like that.
Yeah.
Ah.
So.
Might be the case.
That's why we need something fresh that's got the fingernail marks, because this older stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Whoa.
I don't know if you noticed this yesterday, but this one looks fresh. You see how bigger the nails are?
Holy cow.
Yeah. Not like the porcupine picture, is it?
No.
The only other place I've seen this is in Northern California, Bluff Creek area.
Wow. Wow.
There's one here and there's one on that side of the road too.
Holy cow. Now what kind of tree have we got here?
Looks like Doug fir, I think.
Okay.
You see all those markings straight down.
Mm-hmm.
And if it was something like a beaver, it wouldn't put his teeth up there and chew 4 feet down.
Right, yeah.
Not continually over and over again. It's like the same striping all the way around.
Totally. Wow.
That's exactly what we found in the Bluff Creek area in Northern California.
Wow. Wow.
We got another one over here.
Oh.
This one's not all the way around. But look how high up it is. 7 feet up.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Tallest.
It's exactly like the other one.
Tallest beaver ever, huh?
Yeah. You know how wide? I've seen these scratch marks up to a quarter inch wide in Southern Cal or Northern California. That's what we found there. Wow. But other than that, it's identical.
Wow.
Only 2 times out of 50 years I've ever seen this.
Amazing. And it's right here.
Yep.
Wow.
Take a picture of the little fruit, right? I think that's bear. Bear will tear the hell out of a tree.
Yep, yep. So we've got another tree with the bark torn off, revealing that layer again, with the sap sparkling in the sun.
Here. You swear there's at least 10 of them. At least.
What's up here, Kurt? I
I've
mean, just
never
sing
seen
it.
that many in one place.
Amazing.
See, there's another one way over there.
There's one right here.
Yeah,
yeah,
straight there.
There was one, see, back over there.
Yep, yeah.
Plus, there's actually just one side of the tree right over there.
Yeah.
I wonder how far it goes down. There's something we didn't notice either. See above where see the red line painted there? Striations. 2-3 inches apart. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. They cut into the bark. And look above, almost like they're scratches. It's interesting. There's an old one that was done since we were here in September. They're over there behind you.
I'm sure. Yeah.
There's another older one right over there. It's funny we don't see anything on this side of the road.
We sure don't.
No, at least I haven't noticed anything. Yeah, nothing there. Another one way back in there too.
Oh man. Oh yeah. They really like this tree. Oh, look, the fence is absolutely thrashed down here. It's accessible this way.
Wow, they tore this one completely down.
Are there any footy prints?
Look at that. It's tore up back there.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Wow.
Good, I guess we get a good looking nail. Now these aren't really any different than what we saw.
These are the narrow ones again.
421 road.
Wow.
Another old one.
Yeah.
See, there's one way back in there.
Yeah. Are we? And here's our pile of bark.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see any dents? Any printy dents?
Mm-mm.
I mean, it's a really...
To me, they got to smack me across the head to see them.
Thick duff. Yeah. Oh, and look, to the left, you've got an old one right there.
An old one, yeah. That's interesting.
Wow.
So we know they come back multiple times to the same tree. See how they tore this fence apart? That's exactly what they did.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that thing's been gripped.
Oh, yeah.
So...
That's the kind of stuff we're looking for.
Is there... If there was like skin patches or, you know, something on here.
They're pretty tough.
Yeah.
They just grabbed it. See how this was just yanked? This was yanked. When wires like that, it's been pulled. So they grabbed that, they yanked it out like this.
Wow.
Went off into that area. They did here. They grabbed the wire like this. You see where this wire is pulled? And they yanked it. And that pulled this whole thing down.
Isn't that amazing?
Stretched apart. That's the only way that happens when it gets pulled. That's not weather. That's not pushing down on it. See this, Tom?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Just like the rabbits cages at Paul's. They grab it like this, and they yanked it. Pulls that? See how that's stretched out?
Sure
They
enough.
pulled it apart. There's no other explanation.
There's no
for that.
other, there's not.
That's a big find right there, guys.
Take a look how that wire has been stretched and thinned.
Yep, it's been
Can you
pulled. It's been physically
focus
pulled
on that?
apart.
Yeah, I got it.
And think of the pressure it takes to do that.
Well, I built fences when I was
I did
in
too.
high
You know how
school.
that is.
Yeah, oh yeah, that tunnel wires. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it wasn't, I mean, this is...
You know what the pressure takes to
Yeah,
do that.
and to make a mangle.
Oh,
And-
only a hand could do that.
Yeah.
This here's a big find, though, guys. That's big.
But we worked our way down the mountain, and we were trying to get just below the snow line so I could get the chains off. I wanted to get home. Now it's getting dark. I'm tired. And we get underneath, we're in the dark forest canopy. And so we're getting the chains off, and I've got my set of chains from my tires, and my buddy's working on his. And I'm just fixated on getting them put away. And we hear a sharp whistle about 15 yards away. And this sharp whistle is easily as loud as a car horn. It's coming from, and this is the area that we were at day one. And it's super loud, it's dark, there's no animals out, there's no sound, it's middle of winter. And my buddy goes, "What was that?" And he'd worked for the Forest Service. What was your response to the night whistling?
Well, the whistling, of all the things that, there's so much stuff out there floating around, people's ideas and things. But the Native Americans always said, and when you see the ceremonial mask with the pursed lips, it's because that's what the creatures do. They whistle.
My second experience was my wife and I were going camping. We went to that area yesterday, that lake, and we were at the lake late in the afternoon. And in the afternoon, the temperature changes. So you get what are called thermals, and where the wind starts to shift, where it was going up earlier, now it's starting to drift down. And so on the thermals, as they're coming towards us, we'd hear this. And don't ask me to duplicate it. That's the best I can do. But it starts off as a low roar and ends up in this high-pitched scream. And the duration is 25 seconds. And this went on for about 7 minutes. And we were the only ones there. And I thought, this happens to other people, but not to me. I went back to the camp, and I found an excuse to say, I left the air mattress at home. We're not going to sleep on a hard mat like this. We're going home. We're packing up, and we went home. We did not spend the night there. I was not about to spend the night in the Three Sisters Wilderness alone with my wife in a tent. No, it wasn't going to happen.
The hotel where we stayed at, the wife of the hotel manager actually went to school with my wife. She was, I guess, one grade behind her. She at one point sort of confided to my wife and I and said, "Have you noticed how many people have vanished up here?" I said, "Well, actually, yes, I have." So it was kind of, I got the sense that I'm now hearing the voice of kind of the thoughts of all the locals who live in the area. Yeah, they know darn well that there's a lot of people that have vanished up there. A couple of University of Oregon professors have just, gone. So it really, it doesn't matter who you are. And, recently there was another guy from Eugene who was up mushroom picking, and he vanished. And I can't help but noticing a lot of these people, one of the university, at least one of the U of O professors was also up there mushroom picking. Many of the people who vanish are out picking mushrooms. Kurt mentioned that he was harvesting chanterelles, and that's when he had his encounter. So I think there may be some kind of a connection there. Sure it seems like it. Maybe they feel like we're encroaching on something that is, they consider it to be their food source. I don't know. But I just thought I should mention that in this area, there's a lot of missing people, and it's the same area, exact same area that I had my sighting.
What we're doing this week is sort of a graded approach into this area. We've been looking into a lot of activity. Tom and some of the guys have experienced up here. Plus, it's got a history, and we've got new equipment and things we're testing in terms of audio and thermal imagery. We're leaving remote devices out, and we'll just kind of see where that takes us.
You're gonna hear it clear down to the coast with this thing.
I would hope so.
Gonna hear. I mean, this is gonna get a lot of stuff.
It's a whole different ball game on this one.
You kind of, just with your ear, hear faint audio of something.
Right.
No, absolutely. Let's plan that as our post strategy. Yeah, I heard something.
that?
You want to flare that direction?
That way.
Yeah.
That was one.
Yeah.
You hear that, Dave?
Okay, let's stop talking.
Yeah. Here we go, guys. See, that's what we come to record a shit like that.
Yes. Dave, are we recording?
Yeah, that's recording.
Not very well, it isn't.
Oh, shit.
Why, that is a scary sound out here in the middle of the night.
No shit, right?
And yet here we are standing here.
In the middle of fucking nowhere. That's the kind of shit people report.
That's metal on metal.
And that was on a piece of metal.
Yeah. Need some light? I think we're okay. Let's hang around. Push the button.
I don't think they're dealing with us. That banging's not for us.
No, that's not for us. That's not on your legs, guys.
No. Yeah, exactly.
No, because we'll know. Okay. Let's go. Let's keep running this thing. I mean, guys, that's the whole reason we're out here.
Exactly.
If they don't want us here, they'll come in and throw shit at us or scream at us.
I would love to get screamed at.
Exactly. We're not going to bug out at the first spooking.
The first bit of audio. Yeah, come on.
That's what we come here for. Now let's not announce ourselves too much, Tom. Turn the light off. If they know we're here, that'll draw them in. Right now, I don't think they know we're here. Listen.
I have my keys. I have a cat key too. Oh, do you? Is that what that is, a front end loader? You've seen one of those before. Well,
We really should have put an azimuth on the direction we heard that. So I'm sure it was right over that way.
That was my take on it.
You didn't come up the road here.
No. No. And that's way too close. That equipment's so close.
Oh, yeah.
In the fall of 2021, Donnie took his family on a fishing trip. They drove past Union Creek and found a pull-off near Highway 62 in the 230. The family spent the afternoon fishing in the Rogue River. Around 4 p.m., Donnie walked back up the trail to find a better fishing spot further up the river.
I did notice a slight smell, maybe like a skunk, but I really didn't think much of it. And I kept on walking toward the river, and that's where I saw it. And I saw something, I didn't know what it was right at the beginning or even after. I wasn't sure what I saw. But I took a picture of it. I had to zoom in, and it was moving, but it was moving away from me. I can see it behind trees. And it was standing upright, bipedal, very tall, taller than a human. At first I thought it was a bear, but the way it was walking, there was no way. I saw its back more than anything. I took that picture, and I didn't have a gun on me. I didn't want to go anywhere near it. I just got out of there. I knew my family was down below, not that far away. And I didn't know if it had been watching us the whole time or what, but I went back and told them we needed to get the heck out of here, We packed our stuff and booked it back to the truck. Even afterwards, I wasn't sure, I was doubting myself. I was like, well, that could have been, maybe it was a bear, but, the more I think about it, there's no way.
This is the kind of stuff they like to scale.
Kind of does look like something came up, doesn't it?
That's something that's through there. Maybe here too.
Something either went up or went down. They're adapted to it, and it keeps us out.
Well, that's exactly it. We're predators to them, and it's a barrier for them, between them and us.
Absolutely.
This is exactly what I envisioned last night. An area that's this expansive, and we got a good shot at hearing things from literally anywhere out there. These are the kind of areas they use for bedding.
Oh, wow.
In daytime, they're probably up here somewhere in these ridge tops, like up there, or even, somewhere like this.
How exciting. Wow.
And see, this kind of stuff, people can't follow up this stuff.
No.
So they climb that like it's nothing. I've had so many reports of that. Stay away from this. This is it right here.
Another marking, another old. Will was speculating that it might indicate there are people here, don't come this way, type of thing. Because there's a massive Boy Scout camp about 100 yards up the road. Swampy area, lots of little lakes. Absolutely beautiful.
Tom, where do you think we should put the recorders?
Well, I was just thinking about that. One of them, I don't know, I would say the burn pile area wouldn't be bad.
Is the record button, is that important, or is that overrated?
I do think it's overrated, but let's just try it.
I think in 2-3 minutes it
It'll
shuts
turn
off.
One thing we're going to have to watch out, when that parabolic mic does go into record mode,
We gotta be quiet.
we got to be quiet. Yeah, because it's going to hear us cracking and snapping
Right.
everything, and so that's going to happen. What we definitely don't want is conversation in there.
Yeah.
That's pretty. Oh, do we have like a, I don't know, like a handkerchief or something?
No, we got this.
Okay.
See, this is what makes me nervous. We got clay pigeons. But
That's probably the best.
Make it look natural and
Yeah. Hide it well.
No.
Yeah,
Not
that's our
this far off the road.
That's our fresh one.
It is, yeah.
Well, our fresh one last September.
Right.
Yeah.
You see, it's a little weathered, and
Yeah.
it was real dramatic when we first found it.
Yeah, because that wood was bright yellow.
It was.
We can
yeah.
show you, and we've got it in the daylight too. Yeah. So.
There was the top middle section that broke off completely, was laying here, and then the very top, probably 6-7 feet of that, was torn off also. All the limbs were pulled off it.
Yeah.
That's not a lot.
It does kind of seem like that message was meant for us.
It could have been, sure.
Mine is more sensitive than yours. There should be something to raise the gain on here. I see the plus there.
Hey, Dave.
We should, before we run off, we should make sure that we are hearing nothing out of that thing. Because what if there is something that there isn't?
Well, the problem is all lava beds around us. And that mountain right over there
is blocking
the area where all the lakes are there. That's where they're going to be, is over there.
Some cool stuff in here.
it's the idea that I had was, sound carries like crazy across these blocks.
Yeah, of course.
We had some screams.
Right.
Carried it. I'm not going to be on the mountain.
Oh, is that supposed to be that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Set up the parabolic mic again.
Good spot.
Well, we can tell that thing to record and get back in the car.
It's cold, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what the hell good are we going to do standing out there ruining the audio? You know?
Right.
There were, at the very beginning, there were some good
Yeah.
Good clicks and pops.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Sticks breaking.
We heard some twigs popping and everything. Let's sort of, the parabolic might have heard it.
Yeah. That thing,
Mm-hmm.
I like that. I'm liking it more and more.
Nice.
There's a Cougar Hot Springs reservoir right at the hot springs when I was probably about 17, 18, around that time. I was pretty young. Yeah, that was a life-changing experience. It was something that, you're in an area where you're so deep in the woods that there's absolutely no way you're anywhere near vehicles, people, other people. You have to walk in a good distance to even get to that location. So, yeah, I was noticing something like almost what looked like car headlights coming around this tree, almost like it almost projected a bit, like there was something to it, which I found extremely fascinating because never had seen that. I almost was getting fireflies was like my first kind of.
So it was real intense, the reflected
It
light.
was. It truly was, and it must have been something in the air that was making it, more visible to see the projection. I found very interesting, but it was watching us for a while, and what I found very interesting is nobody else around me seems to be bothered by it. But it was, yeah, it was checking me out, and not long into that, it was just like you get that intense feeling. Is like almost as if like what's behind you is like the bottom of the ocean. Like it's there's nothing there, nothing that should be there. It's kind of how I felt. So I got up out of there, but.
These little creeks, you got Separation Creek, you got Rainbow Creek, you got this natural spring right there, you got a creek there. So I was thinking we could go in there, explore the creeks.
Pretty thick. Good water supply for them, though, and other animals.
Absolutely.
Never making use of it. See deer been eating here.
Oh, God.
See, when a deer's eating, that's all you're going to find is just a little bit like they'll nibble a little bit, and they'll walk along and nibble some more. And
gotcha.
That's what they call them, is nibblers.
Gotcha.
Document your dad putting the
Okay. That's right.
camera down here. We want to document.
Oh, no.
All right. Okay.
Hey, we got humans out here. A human sighting. Maybe it's that jogger. Oh, we got a staircase to heaven right there.
Nice little picnic spot.
Oh, this is all she wrote, huh?
Here.
Well, that's a whole picture.
Yeah.
We started out by placing the camera or the recorders out in different areas, and we were trying near water this time with the rock camera and one of the audio recorders. And then we went up that one road that, had you been up that road? You had been up that road
No,
once.
I had not.
Not that one.
No, that was the first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we went up and parked, and I don't think we could drive any further, or we didn't want to go any further.
No, we didn't want to. Yeah, we got cut off.
So we walked up that road, and we started looking around at the old growth timber up there. And suspected from information for a long time that Sasquatches sleep in trees rather than on the ground, like other large primates sleep in trees. And sure enough, we did find one, about 80 feet up the tree, and you could see the scuff marks where they'd been climbing, and it was an obvious construct up there, where things had been brought up there to make kind of a nest.
Did not belong in that tree. They came from other trees.
Other types of trees.
Yeah.
So I was kind of excited by that. I thought about it for a long time and didn't think we'd find it, but there it was.
Right.
And we went quite a ways up that road.
Yes.
To where we couldn't drive anymore because there was some big timber across the road.
Mm-hmm.
So we got out, walked around and looked, and we were looking at some of those old growth trees too to see if perhaps they were used for bedding. And I think we did see one that definitely looked like it may have been used. It was very similar to the other one. But what caught my attention at one point, now, a month or two prior, there had been a lot of rain in the area, and it was obvious by the way there were some tire tracks in the road, and they were, sunk in about that deep, where the mud, was there and it had dried. And I noticed what got my attention was the fact that these tire marks went a certain way, and there in the middle of the road, there was a marking that went diagonally. And I thought, well, that's interesting. What went diagonally? Because if somebody turned around, there'd be more markings indicating that, but it was just one spot. And I looked at it closely, and it was a footprint. It was a Sasquatch footprint. And I measured it. It was 18 inches long and about 7.5 inches across the ball of the foot, and about 3.5 across the heel.
Yeah.
So I thought, wow, this is interesting. And it was about the same depth as the tire tracks from whatever truck or vehicle went in there.
Mm-hmm.
So it showed that it was very heavy. And it just, when the tracks were there, it was probably only maybe 2 others that would have come across the road.
Yeah.
And we didn't see that, of course. I didn't expect to see any tracks up there. But it was coming from the direction of where the tree that we found looked like it may have been a bedding tree, just because of the large limbs and the way they were constructed.
Well, the thing that was interesting is the fact that it was right in the middle of the road, and the roads tend to have grooves in them, and the middle tends to be the hardest because that's where all the rock is. And yet, in spite of that, that's where this truck was. Yes, and it was as deep as the tire tracks.
The tire tracks. Look at all the slide marks on that one.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Wow.
I found one they've been using over here pretty good now. I've been sliding down the hell out of this one.
I had gone down this road twice. I went one night, I think it was probably early January, I'd say, sometime this year. One late evening, I just went for a drive. I ended up towards Marion Forks and took the Quartzville Backcountry Road, which goes all the way to Sweet Home, all along the crest of the mountains and stuff like that. And I've noticed that there were some people who had their trailers or campers out there. There's only one person in particular that I remember looked like he was set up, staying there, camping, doing his thing. Must have been hunting or something, not quite sure. Not far from him, I had pulled off to the side of the road and just checked out this little dirt area because I had suspected that area was good, research area just from everything I've read in the past, and kind of looked around, checked out the dirt, looked for footprints. There was mud puddles. It had rained earlier that day and stuff like that, and found nothing. There was like a soccer ball off the road in this patch of trees. I don't know why that caught my attention, but it's just something you see and you remember is there in one spot. I didn't touch it. I just looked at it enough.
It didn't belong there.
Didn't belong there. It's just something that was odd. So, for whatever reason, probably 4 o'clock the next morning, I decided, I want to go back there. I want to go back to that road. I decided to head up there. It was still dark then. So, yeah, it was almost pitch black by the time I got there. The sun was just starting to come up. I get to that part of the road, and it's pretty cold. It dropped in temperature, and everything had frozen over. So the puddles I had inspected the night before were one of the first things I walked right up to. And it made my stomach drop thinking about it. But sure, as soon as I looked into there, ginormous footprints all across this puddle, going from the road, up the hill, across the road, across the platform, down the cliff. And I think it was you that told me I was very lucky that I had that time frame of
Yes.
the freezing over to even
Right.
get these pictures.
That's
so.
the picture that you sent
Yeah,
me?
yeah, and I didn't get great pictures of them because, like, you know, it's like, oh man, I don't know how long ago these were made. I don't want to stick around. So
Let me ask you this. You said it went towards a cliff?
they kind of went down off an area where there was more trees, and then past
you
the
get a
trees you
drop
could
off?
tell it dropped off. Yeah, and then
That's interesting.
I don't know how far that goes, but I know when you go slightly up past that road, you can see. I don't know if it's Hood or Jefferson or one of them, but you're up there. You're up in
right.
elevation.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
And yeah, so I only probably
What
a
time
quarter
of year
mile.
was this?
I think January, early spring, sometime like that, right before it started getting warm here. And yeah, I took note of that guy camping, and I drove past where he was, and that place was abandoned. He left.
Really?
What caught my attention was the stack of firewood. He left so much firewood that I just thought that was a waste of money, but not just that. I pulled into it just out of curiosity. There was wrenches, tools, a knee brace, so much stuff left there that this guy got out of there in a hurry. You could tell.
So I'm watching the 6 o'clock news, and there had been a commercial plane crash outside of Portland International in the Mount Hood National Forest.
On the southwest side, I think, of Mount Hood.
Yes, and the anchors, the news anchors, were a little bit, I don't want to say rattled, but a commercial plane had crashed. It was a commuter plane, so probably one of these twin-engine hopper.
Was there like a dozen people that were on board, something like that?
Yeah.
I don't recall.
The plane had crashed in the Mount Hood National Forest. When the SAR team, search and rescue team, got there, there was not a single person inside the plane. And survivability for that type of crash was impossible. And had they survived, there would have been, they wouldn't have gone far. There would have been some fatality. Not a single body there. And when I joined your organization, I was just out of curiosity. Hey, Will, you're from the Northwest. Have you ever heard of this story?
And that was,
Did
what,
you?
88, 89, wasn't it?
Yeah. And oddly enough, you had heard of it.
My buddy Carlo, now Carlo, he knew about that particular plane crash. And he says, well, we should hike up there and have a look around. So we did, and we ended up getting up there. We were waist deep in snow before we couldn't go anymore. But we ended up going up about where the plane had crashed, and there was no sign of anything up there. It was super thick brush and timber. There was no way anybody would have tried, if they had survived that, could have gotten out of there on their own. So what happened to all those people? We don't know. They just vanished. And I don't know if I should mention what my contact.
Yes, I was just going to add, you're going the same place.
I've done this a long time, so I get contacted by a lot of people everywhere. I probably met people in every walk of life imaginable. Some pretty high-level people have had experiences who didn't want, they had to work through it, so they didn't know who to talk to. But this one person identified himself as a retired Army officer. And high-ranking. And he said that they were involved, and I'm trying to say it accurately, they were involved in moving records from, I believe he said, Alexandria, Virginia to Fort Knox.
Yes.
And of course, anybody who's in the military knows that they moved the Armor Center from Knox to Fort Benning, Georgia. And that's Knox when I went through basic at Knox, that was the Armor Center, Armor and Cavalry. So a lot of administrative stuff is at Knox now. So they were moving these records. And this was all involving, military deaths, funerals, things like that. So they were in this office, and his team was in there getting ready to help move this stuff, and he saw some folders. And he asked the person in charge there if he minded him looking at this stuff. And the gentleman says, no, I can take a look at it. It's going to be destroyed anyway. So he started looking at these files, and it was about military aircraft going down, and these creatures, Sasquatches, come swooping in, like the aircraft going down was like ringing the dinner bell.
Memory serves me correctly, what happened is that plane, for whatever reason, went down in this alpine lake, which was part of the Fort Lewis mountain training area.
Mm-hmm.
And those people may or may not have been alive when they when the plane crashed. But what happened is that something or someone definitely ate those people on the shores of that lake. Whether or not they were dead or not, after the plane crashed, we didn't know, because the record didn't say. It just said that they were, eaten and their bones scraped on the edge of the lake.
And how these men would be tore apart and basically eaten. And I'm kind of stunned, and I used to wonder when I was with the Air Cavalry. I was a squad leader with the Air Cavalry at Fort Lewis, and a lot of missions weren't real important, especially training. It wasn't combat, except downed aircraft missions, and those were really a big deal. And there were only 4 squads in our unit that would do that kind of mission, and you had to be fast, you had to be accurate in terms of land nav, getting to those spots. I used to wonder. But he talked to us about that, and there were 1,100 of these records.
Kind of what I'm thinking. Just kind of drop it right there.
Kind of behind the logs, so if anybody happens to
Exactly.
Yeah. There's some dirt down there. It might be. I'm always thinking of a place for tracks. Yeah, there's a number of old roads that crisscross this area. There's a game trail there, so I'm thinking these things are probably using these. It actually looks pretty natural. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Yeah.
Take a little bit of a look up here.
Yeah, I mean.
Call her a few times. She's pretty interested. She's always telling us to be safe.
Oh, it's very sweet. Yeah, Margie, you know what she does. I leave, and she goes into hyperactive prayer mode.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She's just always...
It is potentially dangerous. A number of these old skidder roads. I think this area is crisscrossed with them.
Oh,
see, so they've got easy access going through this country back and forth.
Got it.
There's your main, from Intermittent Creek, but that may have been one too at that time.
Sure.
Many years ago when they logged it.
Yeah.
And this opens up. See, this area is crisscrossed with old skidder roads, really, really old ones.
Yeah.
You got all kinds of access to be able to move easily through this area.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put the camera back there by that down tree.
Which one?
Back there a ways, looking up this road.
You guys hear something?
I thought I did when we were back there, over this way.
Off that
Crashing?
way. No, it was like a hooting. Like.
Oh, really?
But so faint.
Oh.
A blue owl again, huh?
Maybe.
Or something different?
Something different.
Different, okay.
Something taller.
Yeah, that's where you kind of want to kind of casually walk along, and
yeah.
If you go storming through an area, you miss things.
I had the sun for just a second.
Uh-huh.
Now I don't have it.
Yeah.
It's dropping quick.
Oh, yeah.
Right here, you can get it if you want it again.
It'll be dark before too long. There's this sound. I don't know if this direction. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
It's all these damn bugs whining.
Yes. Same.
Trying to decide what to make that noise.
Yeah, it was an interesting one.
Bill, did you hear that mechanical bang a few minutes ago? A
trying to put together what I think might be that.
Something that makes you, but I didn't have that either. I need another number of those nocturnal places. Like that. Of a hoot or that wasn't quite an owl. Kind of a horse one. That doesn't even sound like an owl. That is. Maybe I missed that too. No, that's way off. That's an imitation something.
Doesn't sound like anything I've ever heard.
No, that's a different sound all by itself. But these are all vocals here. That's no owl or even anything remotely like an owl.
Amen.
Whatever that is.
There's no path that heads over there, is there?
No. Remember, they're maneuvering into position for game right now, so that might be them coordinating movements. Now, they may not know we're here because it's out of the ways.
Yeah, it's so far.
Interesting, though.
Oh, yeah.
You heard the one time it sounded hoarse?
Yes.
Raspy?
I heard.
That's certainly no owl. And the noises after that were nothing even remotely like owls.
Well, and there seemed to be a variety of noises.
There was, and that's a tip-off. They make a variety of noises. It's not any known animal.
Gotcha.
Did you guys notice that? The variety of noises that was making? That's certainly no owl or known animal, not when they keep changing up what they're doing.
Yeah.
One of the vocals?
Same.
At least two.
Same.
That feeling, the hair on the back. And I feel like that from here all of a sudden. I don't know why, but. It feels like a choking on that.
Yes, it does. Well, I'm sure that's their true intent.
Right, chase us off.
Get us out of the hunting grounds.
Right.
But they're not close enough to throw shit at it. I mean, if they are, they are. But they see us on the exit.
We'll get more of these guys.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
I think I have elected not to grab the parabolic and walk back up the road.
Yeah, probably. I don't think it's a good idea. I'm not feeling real good about this area right now.
The hybrid.
Yeah.
Tesla also has cameras that look everything. Yeah. I'm not paying $80,000 or $100,000.
Hell no.
Go pounds. That'd be in the case up by the sale.
Where they at?
Exactly what we come up here for. According to Zach, they're not here. We're safe. Sounds like, well, I mean, let's talk about it in the car.
Got my effect.
Yep.
Oh, they're out of here.
You see it goes down the road a little further, and then somebody just stopped. We don't have to be on the phone.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Dad. I hope you got the whoop.
Yeah,
I got another whoop.
Yeah, those little noises, they're interesting. That noise was way out of the ballpark from anything else we got.
Look here. Big one over here. It sounds weird.
It's making a kind of grunt or whatever.
Yes.
Ooh.
Those are the sounds Carol heard.
Well, maybe we don't want to go further this way.
That's what I was thinking.
Because there's one there, there's at least one over here, maybe two. I don't really want to take too many chances.
I can't turn around then.
It's too bad we don't have a recorder in place here.
Yeah.
This would be a great spot to place your
Well, I can. Do you have one? Okay. Well, hang on.
All right.
It's very cool. We can leave this thing behind. You know?
Well, I don't know. It's up to you, Adam. I mean,
As long as we have a vague idea where to come back and grab it. It's going to record all night until we pick it up again.
I'd say maybe hide it, you know.
Yeah. Tuck it away.
Yeah, tuck it away somewhere.